they began, de begin. Quiero sentir las cosas de siempre. Quiero saber si tú aún me quieres. Quiero volver a empezar. When they began, de begin. Quiero saber qué fue de tu vida. Quiero saber si todo se olvida para volver a empezar. Y yo que siempre jugué con tu amor hasta el final, y seguro yo estaba que tú aún me querías. Hoy al ver que ya todo acabó, que no daría para volver a empezar. Día a día te hacías querer un poco más. ¿Quién me iba a decir que una vez te perdería? Y hoy al verme tan solo sin ti, que no daría
Liquidity. Do you think he's singing live?
para volver a empezar.
Rich Sainsbury. No.
When they began, de begin. Quiero sentir
Rich Sainsbury. Looks like a music hit. Astronome. Neutros. Clockington.
Quiero
How is everyone
saber
tonight? Rami. Face orange fighting nails. 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 Face orange fighting nails.
tu amor hasta el final. Y seguro yo estaba que tú aún me querías. Hoy al ver que ya todo acabó, que no daría para volver a empezar. Día a día te hacías querer un poco más. ¿Quién me iba a decir que una vez te perdería? Y hoy al verme tan solo sin ti, que no daría para volver a empezar. Y yo que siempre jugué con tu amor hasta el final, y seguro yo estaba que tú aún me querías. Hoy al ver que ya todo acabó, que no daría.
What's up, Crypto Python? What's up, Grey Knight? What's up, Rich? Julio? What's up, Josh? Do I think he's singing live? Yeah, I don't know. Back in the day, they used to sing live. What's up, Rich? Well, good. What's good? What's up, Fast Abdul? What's up, Papa Shred? Rami? Pedro, you got a new little image there. What's up? Mastastico, how you doing? What's up, Funding Jim? Good to see you. Funny Jim, I heard you today talking with Rand. That was a very interesting discussion. Very cool. What's up, Mr. Monty Fontaine? What's up, Rami? What's up, Only Crypto? Josh, what's going on? Quesos Curado. What's up? The name of that song, it's called Begin the Begin. It's a classic song. I don't think it's a Spanish song or a Portuguese song. I think it's just an old song from way back in the day. They translated it. It sounds better in Spanish though, for sure. It just happened. What's up, Ink Maxi? Good to see you. Yeah. What's up, Only Crypto? Right on. Turn mic on. Yeah, no. Wait. The mic sounds different? What does it sound different? See, everything's new. Everything's brand new. Oh, you hear echo. Okay, hang on. I know what it is. It's this damn thing. There we go. All right. I fixed it. All right, so we had a nice, fun intro. You guys heard some of the new effects of Ecamm. Ecamm, I've written to you multiple times. Please have a way for us to monitor this, or turn it on and off, or toggle it, or a light, something. Yeah, because I don't know it's on. I really never know it's on. Yeah, it's called reverb. Exactly. It's cool. It's got a lot of effects. Hopefully they're all off. You guys let me know. Is everything off now? It should be off. All right, good to hear. Right on, time to cook. Exactly. A lot has happened. It's been crazy. Time. One of my favorite things happened, which I've been telling you guys. What's it say at the bottom of my screen? Maybe I'll make it bigger today. Should I make it bigger? So you guys can see what I've had written down here since I started making videos. What does it say? Let me make it a little bigger. Maybe you guys have trouble seeing. Is that big enough? I've had it written down there the whole time. It says PulseChain's more than a blockchain. pDAI, Atropa, and incentive. Okay? Incentive token. Been telling you guys what was coming. All right. INC. You didn't think it was just going to be an inflate forever, dump forever token, did you? You didn't really believe that shit, did you? Come on. You pups are way smarter than that. You pups are way smarter. I know you didn't buy that shit. Nah. They had something cooking. There's something cooking with this one. That's why we told you guys, get at least 1,000. It was only about $1,300. Now it's over 3K for 1,000, but still not. I think it's a great deal. Maybe I'll buy 1,000 right now while we're on stream. Totally. Yep. I'm glad I brought it up last time because it was going into the lows. I don't know what to say. I've been very bullish on it since I started making videos. I think my early videos all had that streamer at the bottom. It had incentive, pDAI, and Atropa, all three of those written on the bottom of all my videos, or a lot of my videos, especially my live streams. As long as I remember to keep that scrolling ticker on. But it runs down there constantly. Hopefully some of you guys took notice. Yeah. Rapid unbox. You were dancing to the song. Yeah. 3 BTC halvings in one day. Yeah, maybe. Good. What's up, Addy? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's see what else is going on. Let's see. Hang on. Why did he stake most of it for 555, not say 15 years? That's a good question. Let's see who has some insights about that. What do I got here? Talk about. Yeah, this is pretty much.
Everybody wing. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening.
What's going on with Hex?
Expert time. Everybody wing. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with expert time. Everybody wing. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with.
What's up, Kingsway? How you doing? So Richard Hart's been pretty much handling the situation. So he staked all the Hex. All right, he staked everything. Everything has been staked. I think that somebody said. What is it? 1.5 billion Hex. You know, everybody's speculating what it could be doing. You know, is he preparing for a bear market? Is he preparing for a bull market? I really don't have any insight on it, to be totally honest. I've thought about it a lot of different ways, whether it's in a positive, it's in a negative. What's the game theory here? And I don't really know, because in some ways it's beneficial and in some ways it's not beneficial, right? I mean, in some ways it shows that large stakers, you know, if he does with the short length stakes of these large amounts, it's showing that, you know, a large whale can come over, put in a large amount and extract quite a bit of yield out of it. At the same time, people are saying that he wants to bring down the yield to disreward the large stakers. So there's this contra argument to it then all of a sudden, right? And then if he's disincentivizing larger holders, that doesn't make any sense either, because he made the protocol and it's supposed to work flawlessly and perfectly, do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to reward you for what you put in. He always said from the beginning, the more you put in, the more you get out. So why would he try to disincentivize these larger stakers who are in there and keep making rolling stakes? That's the whole point of Hex. So people can come, put in an amount and pull out a certain amount. Nobody's argument has made any sense to me. And I couldn't even combine anyone's thinking together to create something cohesive where I was like, yeah, this makes sense because of that or this or that. Unless he's just trying to get price pumps going and, you know, just to create bullish sentiment. Maria goes live every time. Yeah, it doesn't matter if sometimes I go earlier. He ends up going live. I go later. All right, let me see what they're doing. If I should pull it up. We can watch it. A lot of people are just saying it's just a major bullish signal. All right. And maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's just him doing it. But he also could be seeing warning signs in the market, and he's just locking things up for a little bit. You also have to keep in mind that it doesn't have to be bullish. It doesn't have to be bearish or bullish. It could just be battening down the hatches, so to speak. We don't really know. I'm open to being surprised. Okay. Let's see what Marie is up to here. We can go look and see what it did to the prices. Secondo la condizione. Okay, it's Italian. Questa. They don't. Pedro says, by lowering the T-share payout, it makes sure the larger stakes need to stake longer to get the same payout they did before. Okay, yeah, that could certainly be part of it, and I heard some of that. The 250 billion stake can end in 2 days. Let's see what its next move is. Okay. Hex, we don't need this hex from OA. You can just move around. When does a 7-day stake? Michi doing them. Okay. I mean, I can understand that, what Pedro is saying, but why would he wait till now to do that? Why would he? He's forcing the longer you stake, the more you make. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Richard has staked. Yeah, Richard has staked everything. That's what I'm telling you. Everything has been staked. Okay. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, what it could be. What is Maria Rahel up to right now? Oh, what's up? Oh, we got a visitor. So you guys, let me know if we're having more sound issues or tech issues. I do have a lot of new updates, so I'm trying to make the best of the situation as I get better at it. Let's see who this is. Hey, what's happening? Fast?
Hey, Wolf, how's it going, man?
It's good, man. Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah.
It's been super quiet the last week. Nothing really going on. Yeah, Hexco and PulseChain dead.
Yeah.
Okay, not dead. What's going on?
I literally got I got a little cold at the worst time. I got sick twice in a row, actually, wintertime thing. I got better, and then I got hit with something else immediately after. So I was trying my best to keep up, but literally, things were just getting crazy. It's really confusing though. Like, some things don't even make any sense. Some things are great. We've been hoping for them for a long time, but a lot of things are just like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, that's what you say. Think how hard it is on like old school hexicans who were told like only buy hex. Hex is the way, right? And now there's a meme coin launcher.
Yes, that's true. I saw a lot of frustration with a lot of hex maxis from that. I like the pump tires and all that, but I do see how that frustrated a lot of people, because I do know a Heartman had said he was very not into memes before, and all of a sudden he made this awesome meme machine.
Yep.
Yeah. So it is crazy.
Yeah, no, that's hard on those hexagons.
What do you think?
But I think people are starting to see the bigger picture of like, oh, this burns pulse. Everyone wins, right? Which I think is, part of the game plan there.
Yeah, it's a burning machine, that thing. Which, hey, that's great. And it's burning quite a bit, so phenomenal. What do you think about this OA thing? I mean, he staked everything.
Yep. I think there's a couple different possibilities. Probably guys like Crispy would have a better idea than me, but like the most obvious thing is that he's reducing the inflation, and he has commented about inflation directly to Vitalik and stuff like that in the past. Mm-hmm. So the chances are that's the main focus, is to reduce the APR of Hex. So there's less supplementals, so the price can go up easier. Okay. But there's also some huge symbology in what he's doing, right? Like he's staked for a long time for part of it, for a short time for part. Like, what's he gonna do next is really the question. He's got some 7-day stakes, and he's got some 15-year stakes that, like, he can't cancel them anymore, right? Right. Those 7-day stakes will be done, and then you can move that around. But the 15-year ones, if he emergency end stakes anytime before 7.5 years, I think, then it gets burned. Like, however, I think it gets, some of it trickles down to the, to some of the stake wallets, I think. And a lot of it goes back to the OA. So he would get some back that way, but maybe he's looking to get rid of some Hex, burn it out of existence. It's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Somebody did say in the chat that there was a 250 billion Hex stake coming out next week.
That'd be the 7-day one. Yeah.
That's his. That's the first one he made.
I think so. If they're talking about the same thing I'm thinking of, yeah. He made a 7-day stake. That'll be coming out next week.
Okay, gotcha.
There could be somebody else, though. There's other whales out there. Yeah, Rami in the chat says 50% goes back to him for emergency end stake. I think that is correct. I think 50% goes back to the OA if somebody emergency end stakes, beyond the 50% mark, and then 50%, I think, goes to the other Hex stakers.
So he could just take 50% of his own stakes back by end staking them.
Basically, yeah. So, but then the other 50% goes to the community. But like, he could just leave that 15-year stake there forever, thereby, well, not forever, for 15 years, thereby reducing inflation for 15 years.
Right. Got you.
And there's no reason to think he wouldn't do that.
Rapid Unbox says maybe to protect future stakers from people EES.
Future stakers from what?
From early end stakes. I don't know how that would protect them.
Check future stakers. People eat. Yeah, I don't think people emergency end staking doesn't hurt people who are currently staking. So I don't think that, do not think that would apply. But honestly, I think it's 90% combating inflation, making Hex more sustainable. I think that's the play.
Can you say it again? Making Hex more sustainable? More
sustainable, yeah, by reducing the inflation. So people don't get as higher rewards for staking or mining with their Hex.
Okay.
Meaning that there's less fundamentals. And in Hexco, there's a certain group of like OG Hexicans who run like either 7-day or 30-day rolling stakes, right? And then dump their yield and restake continuously.
Okay.
So they're not like, which is a valid strategy. but it creates continuous dump-mentals, right?
Right.
So if he's reducing the amount that group who's moving around like billions of hex can dump every 30 days, right? Then that makes a big difference in the price performance. So it's things like that, like people who are routinely selling their yield once every 7 days or 30 days aren't going to have as much to sell, and so we won't see the red candles on the chat from those guys as much. So, and they may even either choose to stake longer, right, or they may choose not to stake. They may even choose to look for liquidity providing options to make money with hex, though those have been reduced now from what they were before as well, because of the differences on PulseX with reduced ink yield, right, which is the other part of the plan as far as I can tell. So he's reduced liquidity and he's reduced dump-mentals on hex. So that's going to make it easier to pump by a lot.
Okay, but that's also yeah, I guess it's a strategic move. And of course, I've heard that argument a lot. A lot of people have mentioned that. That's probably the most common thing I've heard people talk about, reducing the inflation rewards, of course. That's what most people went to. But, he created it. He created the protocol to do what it does, and it's doing what it does perfectly, And I guess he also created the ability of someone with a large bag like his to come in and reduce that as he needed. So,
yep. And over time, because hex is inflationary, like the OA bags get proportionately smaller, right?
Okay.
So given enough time, 50 years or something, the OA could even become insignificant unless it did something like what it's just done as well, which is to stake so that it's getting some of that inflation. Mm-hmm. So that could be another part of his plan, is maybe he's making a 15-year commitment because he plans on being here for 15 years and wants to make sure the OA is relevant 15 years from now. If he didn't stake any of that hex for the next 15 years, the OA would still be a player, but it would be a much smaller player, and there'd probably be bigger players than the OA 15 years from now. If some whales did stake and kept accumulating that interest and stockpiling it. So that could be another part of it, is that he's making a commitment that he's here to stay, and that the OA is going to remain relevant and consume some of that yield, that it can keep swinging the big hammer in the future, right?
All right. Well, today we got the biggest pile of ETH shorts in history, which I guess everyone expect was coming, which could be good. There's almost too big of a consensus right now on shorting ETH, so I'm assuming we get a short squeeze or we just reverse pretty soon here. I think that's the hope. I never take this thing too seriously. A lot of times these are moments to counter trade, so maybe it could make some of us even more bullish if this is the case. Let's see here. Yo, what's up, brother? Let me make sure I get this out. Check this again. Okay, cool. Try that. Let's go. We got some more guests coming in, Puffs. In 1 second.
Yeah.
See how I do this.
Here's another interesting point. So I see Sancha KHH in the chat says, if PX reaches 15 cents and 25 billion just buy the SAC wallet with its 250 billion hex. Hex that is staked cannot move from that wallet and cannot be used as collateral. So that's another possible statement, is that hex, any hex he chooses to stake cannot be used as collateral anywhere else. It is locked to that wallet for the duration of the stake, pending either that stake ending or him doing an emergency end stake, which likely he would lose some of it there. So it's it could. Oh, there's Funny Jim. Hey, Funny Jim.
Funny Jim. What's up, Gary? How you doing?
No volume from you, Gary.
Can you hear me or not?
Oh, we got you.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're good.
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
I had the mute button on. Sorry about that. The most damaging thing to anything in crypto is not to be talked about. So like this past week has been a refiring of sorts of what to talk about. Hex for the past 2 years has been E-Hex, P-Hex, infighting community stuff as narrative. Sell on one, buy on the other, parity, like that's been the narrative around Hex. And then also that bled over into this idea of other communities or other developers bringing their existing project and utilizing the P copy on PulseChain, right? Using it as, if it was designed for utility, using it that way. If it was designed for meme attention like Pepe, then that was the use case. So again, the worst thing, it's almost that phrase, what is it? Even like the outrage marketing thing, if you're not talking about it, even if it's bad, then that's worse. So like, it is interesting that this past week has fired that up. And then, the speculative animal spirit of an investor, a gambler, of anything is what happens next. Should I be in before something new happens? And I think it's interesting that it wasn't a single stake. It wasn't, a staking ladder per se, as far as like, here's 30 days, here's 6 months, here's a year. Like we really only have the 7-day one that happened a few days ago. So it has a ticker on it as far as what will it be used for. And then there's a lot of these 5555s, which Fast Abdul already explained, and many people already know, is because they're relatively small, and I mean, 10 million, 20 million, that kind of number, and set out so far, they grab up a lot of T shares, but they also have this controlled release function of EES. And the EES has, half of it does go back to the OA. So really an EES is not that much of a loss. It just basically refires the speculative engine of volunteerism and voluntary streams and things like that, like this one, to say what is going on with Hex.
Nice points, Gary, by the way.
Hey, Pedro.
What's up, Pedro? How you doing?
So with these stakes, Gary, I haven't looked at the wallet yet. Like, how many separate stakes are there?
I saw the thing that's on screen, which is a lot of the ones. These are like
a lot of Hex.
78,000. That's not 78 million, is it? Or maybe it's 78 million. The ones I saw earlier, which were screen grabs, were like 10 million, 20 million. These are bigger. These are 130, 164. They're bigger in number, but they're not anything that's like uniform. It's not like always 50 or always 100 or always some particular number that people would basically speculate similar to a ladder. Why are these numbers? Are they the daughter addresses and they just were random amounts that never had stakes? 64,069,801 doesn't have any sense to it. So I'd like to hear more of that, as far as a chain analysis nerd and stuff like that, talking about it.
Okay.
From what I understand, they staked their entire wallet addresses, right? So
why was the wallet so random in a number? If it's never staked in order to earn some kind of yield, why was a selection of 64,069,801? Again, humans are pattern seeking, and we're trying to sort out what is the pattern as part of the speculative stickiness of this whole game. And
probably just trying to keep us from being bored.
Huh? What'd you say?
It's just trying to keep us from being bored. There's something to think about for the next 3 weeks.
That's what I was saying earlier. Is this one characteristic is it gets people to talk about it. Now, St. Wolf said something earlier about, I was in a room earlier today, maybe it was like 5,000 in the audience, something like that. It was Crypto Town Hall. They always invite me.
Yeah.
And I decided to go into it today. And it was Ran and, the regular people, Scott Melker and others that were basically leading the conversation. A lot is and has been around Bitcoin, and look, we were right. And the trend has always been that, everybody, capitulates into Bitcoin eventually. Like, that was part of the narrative around it. Some of it was a little bit of, negativity toward Vitalik that he's in some ways earned over the past, cycle, I guess, as far as like the narrative of why has Solana gotten more advertisement and engagement. It's not just the price of a transaction. There's a lot of this, it's something I made a tweet about also earlier in the week, which was, we complained about how Ethereum gas was so high on the last cycle that it triggered a lot of L2 launches. This L1 launch, like the narrative was Ethereum's too high to scale, too expensive to scale, and kind of throwing it into Vitalik's face that he had made tweets that a Bitcoin transaction costing more than 5 cents was outrageous, like something along those lines, what he's said in the past. And now everybody on crypto Twitter is pissed off that Ethereum isn't more expensive, so that the liquidity that's paired with Ethereum doesn't go up, and upset that $8 transactions are what's happening. They're like, that's only $8. I'm not using it. I'm not buying it. I'm not running an L2 that basically buys at wholesale and the resells at retail price, like all these things that Richard put out as far as tweets in this past week. So it's interesting, like the double speak of a Bitcoiner and the double speak of everybody that's not a Bitcoiner on why Ethereum hasn't performed. So that's part of this is an opportunity really for the community in general. Anybody that likes PulseChain or anything that lives on PulseChain, any meme, any pump tire, any utility, any L1, any DEX token, it's an opportunity because it's conversation pieces. And it obviously it helps when there's green candles to go along with it, right? These are new things to talk about that weren't talked about before. What is the OA doing, and is it going to result in something beneficial? Inflation being low means that you saw all of the liquidity, or a lot of the liquidity from community, basically withdraw out of the V1 farms, and you saw the price ratchet. I don't know what the design is other than speculative, of PulseX no longer being 4-to-1 or 5-to-1, being something closer to 80% of the value of a PLS. There's a lot that is basically speculative energy. These are great talking points. And engagement is time is money, and attention is money, especially in crypto.
Well, let me ask you this really simply. Would you want to make a move like this if you knew there was about to be a massive bull run, or would you do this if you knew there was about to be a massive bear market? And bear market doesn't mean 3-4 years. It could just be 3 months of downtrend versus 3 months of uptrend. When would you do one of these moves?
Again, anticipation is what we can do. Knowing is what a 90% bag holder can do.
Well, I'm just thinking incentive structures. Like if you're somebody from the outside looking in, or let's say what he did with incentive token. Like, I love incentive token. I'm a huge fan. I've had a banner on most of my videos running since I started making content. It has the word INC on this banner. So I'm a huge fan of it. I have nothing bad to say about incentive. But why would he choose now to drop the inflation? Would you drop the inflation when demand went up, or because demand is about to go down?
Well, for years, and again, I think you guys are better oracles about what will happen than I am at all. I have had the if you want to call it good luck, if you want to call it naive, stupid buying, I don't know what I've done, but I took a naive position or a contrarian position when it came to pDAI, USDT, pUSDT, pUSDC, because everybody in this community, almost everybody, were echoing that those things are going to go to zero. The oracles break. They're nothing but a meme. If you don't get out as soon as you possibly can when the chain goes live, you lost whatever value would have been there. And I made comment earlier, and I've made it in different tweets over the years, that I just, and different, when I was engaging a lot of the Liquidity fork guys, that these things are going to be more than zero. So I got lucky. I'll just say I got lucky. It wasn't that I thought that pDAI would be used in MakerDAO and all those other things that have come up over the past year or two that you guys have talked about.
But if we just come at it from incentivization.
Yeah. So I'm relating it to incentive token. The least talked about, the most unnamed, the why would people buy incentive token when it's a dump forever token? The only comment that Richard really ever made with any definition was people would just buy charts.
I heard
they're
that,
just going to buy it because they're just going to buy it.
Yeah.
Like that was his only thing. He never really directly in some kind of YouTube stream said this is going to have DAO voting and so forth. What we saw on the test net is actually different and had more things that we could speculate on the use case of incentive token. But Richard, as far as I remember, and as far as like any kind of like search of like the search tool, I only remember him ever saying people just buy charts. They buy it because it went down too fast. They buy it because it went up. They sell it because it went up too fast. That's the only thing
he was just saying about that. He was just saying that wasn't in congruence with his normal.
But now there's been emitted out 55 million as far as the units, I think. And the market cap is, because it's like $3 or whatever now, is significant. And why are people buying it up? Is it individuals? Is it 1,000 daughter addresses? Is it Rackham? Like, who is buying it and why are they buying it? Is it because they know something? Is it because they just want to be speculating on chart? Like incentive token, I've always thought, effectively it was free. It had been free for people that farmed. It was free, especially up until inflation cut. And maybe it had its use up until this inflation cut to attract liquidity and sequester liquidity, because we saw PulseX and Hex and Pulse all basically living in V1 farms and a little bit on V2, and then the rest is speculated on other dexes as far as where it sits in LP. But like there's been a pool function because incentive token, like even an example of, is it Firewhale? Who is it that basically sells hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of incentive token regularly to buy their own token? I think it's the Fire token or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That's her.
Yeah. Solid X is the one you're thinking of.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. So again, not to say that there's anything negative about that. The guy earns. I even said something about like in a stream not long ago. I think Shillem was in the space. Was we talk about like selling a token or taking cash that would have gone into a coin or a token and then donating it to things like Hex postcards, right? They try to do a fundraise to get postcards mailed out, right? Well, a lot of people don't think about the tax stuff. I know B-Roots does, but like a lot of people don't think about the tax stuff. But you can design a protocol that would be a secondary interface. And if you put LP in a PLS, PLSX, or PLS Hex, or PLS and incentive token, and you earn additional token, which is this incentive token, you could sell that and you have a tax impact and then donate the money. You could just give the incentive token and still you got it first. It's a taxable event, and then you donated the money. But there are protocols that you could do where the incentive token is just harvested by the entity that you consider beneficial. You want to donate to Sin Foundation? You could have a protocol where Sin Foundation is the only one that could harvest that incentive token, and you still keep your LP. Mm-hmm. And you don't, and really, as long as, like an example of PLS and PLSX, those have oscillated and they've moved in ratio. But if you value either to any degree, yeah, you can call it impermanent loss. But like, I don't think of it that way. I think it's okay. Who knows which one's going to go up faster? Really don't know. Haven't known in the past couple of years. So I said something along those lines. And there are a lot of use cases to incentive token that I don't think we've really grabbed onto as like a developer protocol.
So Somebody said, Clockington said, Rackham, unfortunately. What was he referring to? Because you guys were mentioning something about selling. I think he was chiming in on that.
Yeah. Well, again, so
was he somebody
Rackham,
that buys it and dumps it?
I think people looked at his wallets, but I think that they speculated also that he's something like 40% of the PLS validators.
Oh,
that he's
really?
He's done a crap load of validation.
Oh, that's
so he's
a
always
lot.
had a yield. Yeah, he's always had a yield. And once you accumulate to a certain position, why would you want to continue to go further on the risk curve that it works out? Why wouldn't you sell off the yield? Right.
Yeah.
And this thing I think he has said, I don't know that he's played so much inside the farms. Other people that do chain analysis may be able to tell those things. But
he did.
Yeah. So people say, well, he's just like Fire Whale or whatever, that they sell the farming yield incentive token to keep the price down. So are they good? Or are they bad? Well, Richard never said that it was a good thing that the richest guy bought already Doge and bought already Bitcoin. He never said that was a good thing because the richest guy already bought in. So I don't know how it really plays out, but
I think that the Heartman probably has realized that rewarding people who are early to a chain isn't always good. The reason Bitcoin succeeded is because nobody was really early, because nobody knew what it was. So people who were early were kind of accidentally early or realized at some point. And even for CZ to accumulate what he did in Bitcoin, it was very costly for him at the time, right? For a lot of these protocols now that start early, and if you get there early, it's not too costly. You just kind of had to show up early, right? So let's say pDAI, you just kind of got there early, so to speak, right? But I remember CZ talking about he had to put up his college money, and like it was like money for a down payment on his house. So it was very still costly for him, because by then people realized, it still wasn't like dirt cheap or anything, right? People were literally just buying pizzas with it in the beginning. They were like throwing it away, literally, right? Nobody did that with Pulse in the beginning. Nobody was like, yeah, just buy pizzas with it, get rid of it. Everybody was like hoarding it, right, as fast as possible, right? I think he's realizing, and I talked about this about loyalty before. How do you build loyalty? How do you incentivize loyalty? I think about incentive structures a lot when I think about, price charts and what moves the price and what have you. And what would I do if I was designing something? How would I set up incentive structures to move people through the game of these protocols? And, you're only get loyalty if you reward loyalty. Those would be people holding up the chain, doing the work, doing the digging. Maybe you can be early, but you had to dig through the chain to find the thing that was the thing. Like let's say in pDAI, it wasn't obvious, for example. You still had to dig, stay active to understand, follow all the clues. And maybe I see him coming back now at this point at a very offensive stance. Okay, that's what I see with the Heartman. All right. First of all, I appreciate everybody showing up. And Gary, Fast Abdul, Pedro, it was great seeing you guys. Chat, smash the subscribe button, smash the like button. And there's definitely too many people watching right now. We got way too much alpha to share. So now might be a good time for some of you guys to call it a night. We'll give you guys a few moments to say your...
But the thing about loyalty, is that you cannot really know the payout, right? When you want to build loyalty with somebody, right? They cannot know the payout. It's something that you just do it because you're loyal, right? You don't really know the final outcome. You might have expectations, you might have an idea, but you don't really know the final result. And this is what I like about Richard, is that he's doing stuff but he's not telling us. He's just like doing when he wants to do, right? And those of us who are loyal, who stick around, might get rewarded. And that's I like that. I like that game.
Okay,
definitely
great.
Some true believers on the PulseChain now. We've had time to shake out a lot of people. I think more people are starting to get shaken out. The real test will be how many people get shaken out.
Nobody got
the next 2 or 3x.
Nobody got shaken out yet, bro. I don't believe anybody did. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, I'm glad we got some Jeters, good, because I'm about to drop some alpha. I don't think people got shaken out yet.
The chat, we got to shake them out. Yeah.
And I think that the price action revealed some people might have lightened their loads. A few speculators came and go, but I don't know if we really had that hard of a shakeout when you tell me about dumpers or this guy has 40%, blah, blah, blah. And watching the Heartman go on the offensive, the Heartman wouldn't go on the offensive if that was the case. He's on the offensive because he's taking action, okay? He's surprising people, just like a player on the field. The player is doing that because a player is trying to get the ball into a certain goal, and he's trying to like outmaneuver you. And he's absolutely on the offensive right now. And pump tires, all these moves, I definitely see a little bit of battening down the hatches as well. He's accelerating. He's look, you don't release names of other projects unless you're trying to attack the competition. He could have made his own names up. He could have picked random memes. He didn't. He literally copied memes of stuff somewhat on the chain already, which he did, and then of course outside the chain. He is on the offensive, and he's just getting warmed up, I believe. And I've said this before. I've said he sees, because look, man, I was here. I wasn't making content in 2021 or whatever, but I was watching. I had started watching. I'd become a fan by then, and I watched all these people who made so much money in Hex cut away, throw Richard Hart under the bus, and then start, they became Xenians or something, right? And then another group broke away and were like, that fucking guy's a piece of shit, and they started Titan X or whatever, right? And I just watched all this stuff play out. You don't think he watched all this? You don't think he saw it? And what, you think he's just going to sit there? Let me just reward, all these people again.
Exactly.
And what you don't think he sees when protocols show up on PulseChain, and next thing you know, they have 10 tokens. And what do you think their next step is? They don't care about PulseChain or Richard Hart. They're about to break away and start their own fucking chain. You don't think he gets it? You don't think he gets the game by now? It's already happened 2 times. You think history doesn't repeat? Of course it fucking does. And he probably sees it happening. And he's about to go on a rampage right now. And he knows people might break away anyway. But he's probably tired of the vampires, the siphoning, and he's at least going to make it harder for people to do at this point, right? And at least that's what I'm seeing, because I watched it happen twice, and I remember listening. I remember when I made my first video, it was in Poland, and I made it because I had watched a bunch of people that were like old Hexagons that were calling Richard Hart all this bad stuff, like you suck, da-da-da-da-da, we sacked for PulseChain, and da-da-da-da-da, Hex this. And I was like, man, these people are like nasty. They were just like loving on him like 6 months ago, right? And now they think he's like a complete, piece of shit. And I thought it was really offensive and weird. And I think that we're seeing a whole different person come out, and I think he's just getting warmed up. I don't think him making a few copies is just an accident. I think it's the start of something. And I wouldn't be surprised if he starts just smashing competition one by one out on the chain.
Yeah, man. I think we spoke about this the last time, right? Privately, like if you're building stuff on his chain, like beware, because he's coming for you.
He's coming for you.
Yeah, man. 100%.
He's coming, man. He's coming.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's competition. Like if you're competing with RH, it's like, oh shit, I don't want to compete with RH. But if you're building something on chain, maybe build something that's compatible with RH protocols. That you win. Like my
that's the thing.
Taking tools for H coins, and like if somebody else builds something, don't build another hex clone. We don't need that, right?
Yeah. Is there another hex clone? Did somebody make one? I'm curious.
Oh, there's all kinds of hex clones.
Okay.
There's plenty. There's plenty.
There's plenty.
Years of it.
But Abdul, maybe even then, right? Like maybe he just likes what you're building, and he just I like this. I'm going to make it. But I like that approach, man. I really like that approach.
What?
It was highlighted in the maybe it was Somi said something or something made me remember. Who remembers EOS ICO in 2007?
I do.
Remember, it was a lot of things that were mimicked, and actually there was contracts that were very similar that Kyle the Dev used.
The 1 year, right? The one year, I guess, the participation.
So it's very interesting that they made their pitch to be an Ethereum killer, and they did a raise. It was a fundraise, basically an ICO that ran a year. I think it ran a year. There's a lot of chain analysis and things like that said there's a lot of wash trading as for our wash back and forth to make it look like bigger numbers. But they do hold now, because of their ICO and really not putting anything toward EOS development in 3 years or 4 years or however long it's been. They have 100,000 Bitcoin. That's 100,000 from the value that now is 100,000 times $97,000, whatever. So they've made more because Bitcoin went up in their treasury than anything that they did inside the ICO itself. And I think the same sort of thing was being said with Richard commenting that L2s on Ethereum effectively are buying at wholesale price Ethereum and then retail selling it for like what is it, like a 12x or something like that, a 12 or 15x, whatever the number is. Because he said something like $400,000 worth of Ethereum being resold for 5 million. So it's interesting, like St. Wolf was saying, to watch all these things happen, to see the different narratives of TitanX and Zen and all these other things that went on for the past 4 or 5 years, and utilize those data points for whatever strategy's happening now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's definitely people who don't have good intuition or good intentions. I think there are people who have a bone to pick. I think he's aware of it. There's emotion. There's just simple, logical people out here, but there's also very emotional people out here, and we don't know who's behind the thing, right? Maybe that Zen guy still has a bone to pick over here or whatever, or the Titan people or whoever. I don't know. It's weird, but I see some of that stuff, forming all over again, and I think he's I don't know how he stays so cool, man. I don't know how he stays so cool. I guess he's just been quiet for a while, but I think that he's about to crush the competition, man. He's about to get crushed, man. Yeah.
Well, I think the LPs are still there in the farms.
Yeah.
If you really want people to capitulate, including whales, removing all V1 would do that. Like taking all of the V1 farms out. Nobody's earning nothing and doing it for an unknown amount of time. The first week we would
he has to be smart. He has to be smart how he does it. He doesn't want to crush the business too, right?
He doesn't want a fire sale. I don't think he wants a fire sale.
Yeah. If you don't want to crush your reputation either,
Rackham
right?
Rackham has had a position for good or for bad.
Okay.
He markets when it's appropriate to market. This cycle, it's coming back, and like he's making a lot of tweets in the past day or two about, like, even said, that he was arguing with B Roots today about his position in PTGC, right? Saying that he's the number 2 position in PTGC, and B Roots saying, I don't think that's true. Something along that.
I think he said like 2%. He belongs to the 2% holders.
He said second position. Like his
Said?
tweet
Really?
says
Okay.
second position in PTT.
Rackham might be the second position in PTGC.
That's what Rackham said.
Wow.
In his
So it's this tiny group of people that just seem to always be early to everything. It's not even a capital question. It's just the fact they seem to just, you know what I mean? So, are they all working together? Are they, how do they just know,
But these are all things, again, you want to go to the position of loyalty. Like, we hope that this becomes, loyalty is rewarded kind of scenario. Like you're constantly streaming because of your beliefs, because of your narrative, Heartman and all these other kinds of things in a positive light. So you're making a lot of content. A lot of people make a lot of content for years. And we do want, the what is that movie, Rudy, the football player? We do want him to win at the end. You're like, hey, let that guy win. He wants to win the football game. Like that's a lot of this narrative. Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, sacrifice, delayed gratification, all these narratives go to the underdog wins kind of stuff. And really the biggest, positions inside of this ecosystem, for good or for bad, are 40% of the validators a single entity, single group, let's call it, because they were a group originally in the ICO or the sacrifice. Same thing with a lot of the LPs. Like the LP, you didn't have to lose, like I said earlier, you didn't have to lose your position if you were a big sacrificer in PulseChain and PulseX. You were earning 10 or 12% in incentive token if you're in V1, and then utilizing that farm yield to basically buy up a token that has a smaller supplier that you control 90% of. Like that has played out several times. And I think that, again, how much of that vampirism, if you want to call it vampirism, how do we want to call it the startup launch or whatever, do you want to happen on your chain? Vitalik is suffering the result of it, like the second most successful cryptocurrency product, Ethereum. And yeah, again, I want things to grow. I want new products to launch. I want, memes to be popular, NFTs, whatever new technology, like HSIs and things like that. These are all very interesting kind of speculative animals in this ecosystem of RH. And navigating the minefield of how to do it as a founder and on top of the legal aspect is very, very difficult. So respect to Richard for doing what he's done so far.
I agree.
Speaking of ETH, ETH, ETH isn't looking good. We know that. I think we're all expecting it to turn around.
Speculate on ETH being at this position in the February 10th of 2025. Where did you think ETH was going to be in February of 2025?
Well, much higher, definitely.
I've said before, I have a friend who's a established trader, 20-year veteran, and I had a conversation with him in 2023. And he told me, and I've said this live, it's not like some big secret. I know most of chat has heard this story before. He told me 2 years ago, he said, look, man, they're going to focus on BTC and they're going to squash ETH this cycle. And I'm like, why are they going to do that? He goes, they don't want the peasants to make money. He goes, they know everybody's in altcoins and they know all you guys are holding alts and they're going to completely crush the altcoin market and Ethereum this cycle. And I'm like, okay. But it's one of those things where I'm like, I just took it in, and it's not a guy I get along with necessarily, but he is a smart guy. He's been a trader for a long time. He's been around. He's an older guy. He knows people. And 2 years now, I'm looking back at our conversation, and I'm going, wow, he knew something. And I don't know if he, what he knew or where he heard that. At the time, I just took it as, okay, it's another piece of alpha. I'm over here on PulseChain. I'm not holding ETH, I'm holding this, but of course we are a little connected over there. But everything he said has come true. Everything he told me in that conversation 2 years ago has come true. They crushed ETH, they crushed alts, and they've been running Bitcoin. It's exactly what he told me. Exactly. And he said they're gonna run this whole cycle up on BTC. That's what he told me. That's what he told me.
But wait, what about Solana?
He didn't mention anything about Solana. I didn't ask him about Solana. Yeah, it didn't come up.
No. What I'm saying is that I like that.
That's a VC project.
But then Solana, right? Solana was like
Wall Street's in it. Wall Street's in Solana, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wall Street's in it, right? So, and I think what he was saying is they're going to run all the they're going to run all the Wall Street tokens. Wall Street's in BTC and Solana. And that's how I knew, and I've told you guys a million times, when you see pundits, like for example, there's that guy on the island, once again, I've talked about him before, a lot of these people that you see, these KOLs, are paid for by the institutions, okay? There's a guy who lives on an island. I don't follow him, but I do see people listen to him. He was telling everybody to buy ETH, whatever. He's telling you to do that because he's paid to steer you in the wrong direction. I can't remember his name. He's, what's his name? I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? He's like, oh, I used to work at an investment fund. It's like someone who's like, oh, I used to work for the CIA. It's like, no, you always work for the CIA. Like, he's always connected. He's like a VC guy, and he makes videos. And he has a huge following. Yeah, I can't remember his name. You guys know in chat. Chat will spit it out in a second. Raoul Paul, that's what it is, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, he's out of the Caymans.
Caymans, yeah. So I don't know if he's paid for by BlackRock, but my intuition is that he's designed to steer you in the wrong direction. That's my intuition, right? So, because if this guy told me, and I'm pretty much a peasant, that they were going to crush Ethereum this cycle, he must have known that for sure too, right? Like, why would I be told that and this guy doesn't know that? Of course he fucking knew that. Because now I look back at this conversation and I think, oh, the guy who told me that, as much as I don't like that guy who told me this, he was right. Right? So
is Raoul Paul the one that was famous for saying, I'm irresponsibly long for ETH?
Yes.
I think it was ETH.
Yes. Yes.
Irresponsibly long.
Yes. So see how these people are placed? They're placed on YouTube and they're positioned, just like in the altcoin cycle, there are people who are propped up to push certain altcoin narratives, okay? He's one of those people that the elites decided, you're our guy. They position him, just like the CIA will install a puppet or install somebody. They take someone like Raul Paul and they install him in the circuit of YouTube influencers or KOLs. Okay. And then he'll have the quote, even that quote, I'm irresponsibly long ETH. That might have been talking points given to him. Like, hey, this is we've got our screenwriters who decided this was catchy. You're going to say this. The extent, that's realistic. That's the extent these people will go to steer you the opposite direction, then they're going to take the ball. Anyway, really quick, I'm not spreading FUD at all, but I did ask my buddy because I'm a little racked at all these charts. Everything is a little weird, as you guys know. Even some of the best people are back and forth right now. This is a very hard market, by the way. So if you have any pundit or KOL or your friend who does charts and they know which way shit's going, nobody knows right now. Okay, I'm talking to guys whose positions are $10 to $20 million a trade. Okay, and I rarely message them that much. I sent him a message again, and I won't say what I asked him. And then he says, he wrote, he says, I'm trying very hard not to get married to anything, keeping everything on a short leash. This is how traders talk, by the way. He says, I'm very concerned about the next 6 weeks. He said some other stuff to me too, but that's one thing he said. It was important. He said, I'm very concerned for the next 6 weeks. Now, doesn't mean he's right. This isn't the same person who told me about the ETH BTC narrative. This is a completely different trader. This guy's at a hedge fund, totally different guy. But he says he's concerned for the next 6 weeks. He's saying everything on a short leash, not married to anything. What I'm getting from him is that they don't know heads or tails which way shit's going to go. That's what I'm getting from him. And they're pretty much grabbing a short or a long, whatever they can get. And he's saying not married to anything. Yeah. That means he doesn't have any... he can't lock in on anything. He says, try to take a better day for trading headlines.
Traders aren't true believers by the nature of their job, right?
No, they're not.
I guess.
So I'm just telling you what he said, sentiment on stocks. They don't hold anything. When I see these guys on a beach somewhere, their portfolio is empty. They don't believe in anything, okay? Just so you guys understand. These Wall Street guys, this is Wolf of Wall Street shit. This is like, what's that movie, that scene with, when the guy meets Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. That's what these guys are. They really are these guys. I've met these guys. They are like that, okay? So what I'm getting from them is maybe what they're feeling about market sentiment for the next few weeks going forward might be. But no, I don't trade like these guys at all. I do, obviously I'm irresponsibly long PulseChain, so I'm very different from these guys. I'm irresponsibly long pDAI, Inc., Atropa, PulseChain. But he says, choppy tape, better day for trading headlines. He says choppy tape, better day for trading headlines. I don't know what that means. That's some trader talk right there. Choppy tape, better day for trading. I don't know. So I think they're trying to figure it out too. ETH looks like dog shit. But
dog's dinner. I like it.
It's like dog's dinner.
What do you think about ETH? I don't know if this is true or not. I saw tweets. I don't know if it was really a foundation guy that looked at the chain. I said something about it in the stream earlier with Mario and Ron and so forth. Was Ethereum Foundation moving 50,000 ETH and basically making a tweet that was relatively positive that they were going to engage DeFi finally after all these years. And the speculation would be that they'd put it into Avi and instead of just dumping token. What are your thoughts about that?
Is that what they did? They did put it in Aave?
They did put a little bit, very tiny, just testing. I think no, not into Aave even. They did something else. I think it was with I don't know. I don't remember, but they did something, but it was very, very small, a very small step, I guess.
It was like 130 million as far as dollar value, but 50,000 ETH put to a new address, and then there was somebody that might be ETH Foundation guy saying something. That's all I really got from it.
Well, we know historically, usually if the bull run is ending, ETH just dumps, right? And if they're not doing that, that's a good sign. And maybe that's similar to what the Heartman is doing. Maybe we're entering this period where people are just taking. Maybe they do know, like my trader friend just said, 6 weeks don't look good to him. Maybe everybody knows there's a few weeks here where we're going to have some bearish movement, right? Does not mean the bull run's over. We just may have that time. And I even talked about this before. I said, you need to have, if we're going to run this bull run to the end of 2025 or beginning of 2026, you're going to have some ups and downs. If we just keep going up like we have been, we're going to just have a blow off top and we're going to have this early left translated cycle, which is still in the cards. We could absolutely reverse any day and move to the upside without a doubt, right? This move on ETH could be a fake out. Maybe Ethereum Foundation is playing along. Maybe they're spoofing the market and they know we're about to reverse trend and go to the upside. You know, it's crypto. It can happen like that. You guys know that, okay? But also, maybe they know that we're about to have a little bit of a drawdown here and prices are just going to like rack sideways for a month, okay? I talked about that as well because remember the consensus before was that February is going to be bullish, and then we're going to crash on that blood moon on March 15th. I'm like, well, if everybody is saying that, how can that happen? like literally every single person was like, we're going to go hard in February, and then March 14th we have this whatever moon it is where we expect some downside there, and maybe this is too heavy. Maybe they decided that we're going to rip after March 14th, and start moving back up. Which could be a possibility. And that also helps extend the cycle further out. So you have to be open to that. And maybe ETH Foundation and them putting it in Aave and Richard Hart doing some of the things he is more to just, have this time. They know 4 to 6 weeks of just sideways, just chill for a little bit. It's a possibility. Otherwise, ETH.
Yeah, I think like the ETH Foundation needs to rebuild trust, right, with its consumers, right, or the ETH holders, because right now there's a lot of people who are a little bit against how things have been managed by the Ethereum Foundation, I guess. Not only Vitalik, but especially the people around Vitalik, which is not his fault, right? But like entirely his fault, of course. But I guess it's a little bit his fault in the sense that he kind of hires the people, right?
I don't think he's in control anymore. I don't think he can be.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
But still, ETH is still ETH. It's still decentralized. But he probably has marching orders too, to some extent, or at least people whispering in his ear.
But can you see like the problems of decentralization in terms of like making decisions? Because like most times you have the wrong people making decisions, and like the Ethereum Foundation is proof of that.
Of course,
the tech doesn't really matter if you just have retarded people making stupid decisions. 100% agree with you there. So,
well, banks are enabled with recent statements to hold crypto as a derivative, and again, Somi's made a lot of content about bug eaters and things like that, and who 60% of all stable coins are on Ethereum and so forth. Like the narrative is very similar to Bitcoin, honestly. Bitcoin is really centralized. Like people were, if you want to call it fear mongering, forever. That Satoshi has 1 million tokens and he's going to dump. His family member's going to discover the wallet. Maybe there's going to be a court case and give a position to Craig Wright. Like there's been that narrative forever. And then, the different hacks, or the government owns 200,000 Bitcoin. Like there's all these narratives around how terrible it is about centralization. And yet the pivot, especially since Saylor has been impactful with other entities, public traded companies, effectively holding a treasury position of Bitcoin. People love that Saylor is 200,000 or 300,000 Bitcoin accumulation. Like it just becomes like hypocritical, honestly. And so the same sort of thing can play out with Ethereum. People only care about it being decentralized and DeFi and the people's money and all these other kinds of things like gold and silver has had for 1,000 years as a narrative, that it's counter to what the big whales, or counter to what the central authority wants, and until the price goes down for a long time. So if the price goes down on Ethereum for a long time, people give up on the DeFi stuff and they say, please banks, centralize my shit, pump my price, give me fiat, that dirty fiat, so I can speculate on something else. Like that's part of like the attraction for Ethereum now. It's not that it's DeFi. It's not. Just like Solana is not that its uptime is flawless. It's not. It's about, is money being made, and of the people making money, are they talking a lot about it and impacting other people to make a decision to get involved? That's part of it. That's this game. In my,
but hasn't always that been the game? Like since
it's always been the game. This isn't a new game. Like people say, sure. People say that this time it's different. They do. And again, I'm not trying to be negative, Nelly. I'm as invested in this as any other kind of asset class. And I continue to be and will be, because these are stories. These are interesting stories.
Yeah. So that part of the narrative. Hey, Wolf, I think we got Crispy in the back. Can you see him?
Thank you for the heads up. Let me check. I see him. Thanks so much. I had a lot of other screens open. Where'd he go? There he is. What's up, buddy? Give me a sec. We'll get you punched in here.
Re-centralizing that supply on Ethereum could be better for their price. So like the L2 thing that Richard made tweets about is interesting. Charging them the same price as retail price for Ethereum or tariff or tax, all these other narratives are going around this past week.
Oh.
My dog says hello.
Lovely. I was thinking of getting a dog just for the exercise. I need a reason to leave the computer these days, you know? Like 18 hours a day sitting in this chair is not good for one's physique.
Dude, I feel you, man. I feel you 100%.
Most of my life, I had big dogs, but they outpaced me. Like Great Danes, I can't keep up with them when they're young. They're
God. I always have Labradors. I haven't had one for 15 years, though.
I had a Great Dane, half Great Dane, half, Greyhound. So it's a very thin, lean, tall, fast dog, very gawky and funny dog.
Yeah, try catching up with that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yo, Crispy man, what's happening, brother? How you doing?
How are you?
Doing good.
Gary, how you doing?
Good to see the data man and give us insight into what's happening on chain. Love it.
We've been faking it, Crispy, but
I'm gonna fake it.
What you can say.
I guess I'll fake it. Yeah.
Do your best.
Hey, wait another minute and another show will drop. I have no idea, man. What's been going on? Boy, it's crazy though, huh? You guys like all that action?
I like the action. It's exciting, that's for sure.
I like the green candles.
The best way to describe it is Richard has put Hex into battle formation. It's ready for anything. I'm ready for price go up, price go down, emergency end stakes, huge adoption, good news, bad news, it's ready.
Yeah. He's on the offensive, and it can go, it can be good for either direction. I like that take. I like that take.
Yeah, we're rigged for war, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned emergency end stakes. How does what he's done affect that?
Well, if there was some sort of wave of emergency end stakes, we already know that half the penalties would go to the OA. Well, the other half would go to users, and the users are 60%, 70% the OA. So they cut the number way down. Anything that would happen would go, yes, long-term believers would be rewarded, but a great amount of that Hex would end up in the OA.
Good point. Okay. So he's built kind of a wall, basically, to prevent dumplamentals from all sides of the battlefield.
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I really, it's kind of like funny maybe to say war rigging, but I mean, it's ready. Anything that could happen can happen.
I like that take. I like that take.
As always. Yeah, so it's crazy, man. It doesn't look good though. Gary, you must be excited. I'm excited. I'm
only excited because St. Wolf said last week to buy incentive token.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Did you tell people to buy it last week?
Dude, it's scrolling.
I asked him what he should hold. What should he get? I asked him at the end of the stream, and he said that, and it's like it worked out.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I'm a big farm guy, right? So I'm like to the point that when there was reward, when there was yield, right, I would consider even round tripping it. But this was too much, man. I'm out.
Big difference.
I'm out. I wanted to hold on to my ink because, see, I don't know what's going to happen with that ink. I don't know. Well, the price may move, Right? People think that for sure, right? We could end up with single-sided staking. There could be another use for the ink. Don't know. Could be voting. Maybe somebody gets a chance to vote. I'd want to hold on to my ink.
I thought it was interesting that with this inflation cut, like if you wanted to, you could look at it. It goes slow, but you can look at PulseX Farms and the price that was being paid out in incentive token for PLSX, which was just everybody sacrificed for. If not both, then at least one. And a lot of people bought the other side to farm for a long time. I made comment earlier about like where some of that yield had been going for a long time. But now instead of being 8 or 9% payout in incentive token for the biggest pair, now that same amount is for about 8% or something is for ETH PLS, while ETH is low, right? So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Same thing with the, of course, those values still came down. I'm sure people pulled from the farm, but you also still have the stables up.
Oh yeah,
right, and doing pretty good. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I like 15%, 12%, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say as far as
on those you don't get ink, right? You just get the fees, right?
It's just compounding.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're just getting the ink. I see that on the V1 for ETH PLS, it's 100 billion PLS paired with 2,165 ETH. That's the current ratio as far as the tokens in that pool. Can anybody like again? I know a lot of people talk for years about Hart's Law and all these other things. What is your speculation about Ethereum ratcheting up over the next 6 months, and how that might impact that kind of pool that exists?
Well, for me specifically, I haven't checked correlations recently, what the most recent correlation was, but ETH and Pulse have been running about 0.46, 46% correlation. And what that would mean to me is if ETH did a 100% move, I could see Pulse doing a 46% move off of that.
If ETH did a what percent?
That could change. If it did 100%, like it doubled, then I would expect, based on the correlation, right, that 46% increase in the USD price of Pulse.
Okay, interesting.
But that could change moment to moment, guys, right? Because it's just like looking at data in the past and what's been happening over months. One big fat finger and one big whale, and that all kind of gets bounced around. But it just gives you kind of an idea how the systems are tied together, ebbing and flowing.
You know what? What do you guys think about it's not going up for the next 6 months? And do you think that PulseChain can go up and the entire ecosystem can go up? Because like for the past, I don't know, a couple of weeks, month, let's say, it has been going up while it has been going down. So I think that's quite interesting.
Sure.
Do you think that could happen? Like for like a medium long term, for the medium long term?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, will it happen? I don't know. Right? But people vote with their pocketbooks, with their feet, what they're going to do. And PulseChain's going up, ETH isn't. So obviously it can happen. Yeah. Right. And so could that be sustained? Maybe, maybe everybody was looking for the ETH pump, that was going to pump PulseChain. Maybe PulseChain's going to pump and then ETH will pump it at the end.
That's interesting. Like because I wouldn't say this if it weren't for Solana, right? But it would be interesting if like PulseChain started pumping really pumping, and like the ETH folk were like maybe we should go look over there, right? Because we have money there and that money is worth more now, right? Because of the airdrop. So why don't I stick around, right? It's pumping, right? So that could be interesting, right? Because it might give us another boost, right? A different type of boost, right? It's not like a financial boost, but it's actually the opposite, right? I mean, if ETH is not pumping and that chain, that's kind of like ETH, is pumping, and I have money there already. Why not?
I know what.
2 cent hex now. Someone in the chat just told me.
Nice.
Yeah. 2 cent hex here.
Congratulations.
2 cent hex. That's so 2021. Come on. It's equivalent of 4 cent hex, right?
Few memes about just my 2 cents. Yeah.
That's good. It's exciting.
Yeah. It's
One
really
thing
cool.
that nobody's really talked about with the removal of liquidity from the PulseX farm is it will reduce the burn on PulseX, right? Like if that's a lot of the liquidity that was on PulseX, if it comes off, like leaves V1, even if it goes from V1 to V2, it'll still be less PulseX burn than we previously had.
But wait, isn't the burn related to volume?
I would think more of the volume.
So maybe
if people
not,
pull the liquidity, right? If they pull the liquidity out,
they'll maybe do more volume, right? So
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if the volume stays the
maybe
same,
it's the opposite.
it doesn't
Who
matter.
knows? And actually, now I think it's a better time to do farms, right? Because like I remember I pulled my farms like maybe 1 year ago, like when it was like between 50 cents, 60 cents, and $1, right? That's when I pulled everything off and I just bought it off the market. And then I was like, I'm just gonna wait. And then I kind of joined back when RH pulled the liquidity, dropped the rate, right? And everybody was pulling the liquidity. I kind of joined again because you only kind of lost like maybe 20 to 30%, right? Because of the delta between the liquidity and the drop. So it wasn't that bad of a deal, to be honest. And I think it's going to improve now that because there's less liquidity even now. So yeah, it's a good deal now, I think, to farm it.
Yep.
I love to see that, man. I love to see it. I don't know fast. I follow that. The amount of volume that's taking place, and we bottomed out right before all this started happening, right around 11 million by my numbers. It's not the official number, but I track. And then we did a 10x in volume. And that's how high it went.
Okay,
over 100 million in 24 hours. So
nice.
I don't think the buy and burn is going to have much trouble because it will burn.
That sounds like it'll come.
It sounds like it's going to burn a little bit. Yeah.
It'll be enough. Okay. Crisis averted. Thanks, Crispy. I was panicking there.
No, it's good thinking though, dude. Right? I mean, I'm thinking about that all the time. Somebody was talking to me today about the LP pool that's out there. That stable LP pool is kick ass.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and it's paying 11% APR, by the way.
Yes.
And
it's a very good deal.
Yeah, it's very good. But half of those fees, it's a lower fee, but it gets a ton of volume. Half of it burns PulseX.
Oh yeah.
That's huge.
Yep.
And
the burn comes from stable, which is even, I think, in my opinion, more important, right? It's a premium asset, I would say.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? It is coming at least partly through stables. Sure. I think a lot of people may not also realize that when you remove an LP pair, part of your LP pair gets burned, but it's not a traditional burn. It's not like it's decomposed and sold, but it becomes part of the system forever.
Interesting.
Right?
What kind of percentages?
I forget what it is like 0.02 or something. I'd have to go look and see what the fee says. But when you remove those positions, though, you do lose a little tiny bit of it. And so the system will continue to trade forever, with all this little bit of liquidity that's out there and available. And of course, that generates even more fees that nobody owns, right? Nice. Those fees get compounded into these little, for the ones that actually get completely removed, they get compounded into these little pools that just continue to grow. And as they grow and begin to spin, they just burn more and more PulseX as well.
Nice.
Pedro knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, most definitely.
Pedro knows all.
Not all, unfortunately.
So the reduction in the inflation on ink, that could happen again. It could also, in theory, the inflation could rise again. Like the dashboard, the admin dashboard for PulseX would have an option to increase or decrease the inflation. So what's he going to do next? To me, decreasing it again seems most likely, but I would think he would wait for the price to pump first.
Yes.
Hard to say.
And also don't forget that we started at a maximum of 1 ink per second, right? So that's the maximum.
Yeah.
Right. So
inflation is a narrative. It's a marketing thing. If we popularize it, or if RH Tweets popularizes it, but inflation being very small and price being very high is the same effect. So, like, if you want to say, look at what happened when the inflation cut. Well, look at the existing V1 farms, the numbers as far as like PLS paired with USDC. 3.5 million is 1/2 of the pair on USDC PLS now. You see a lot less liquidity. And yes, there's the narrative that helps the price go up if someone is so bold as to move up and ratchet the price against themselves in big buys. Who would do that, right? And it is, again, the incentive token is interesting. Animal spirit, either farm it now, buy it now, that kind of narrative. That's part of around it. And I've always thought that incentive token would be the tent pole, because the price that new money has to come in to push PLS is higher. It doesn't matter if it's not in the market and available to be sold on a DEX. When the price goes up on PLS, people will bring it out of their wallet, and it exists somewhere. It's either concentrated in one diamond hand entity that never is going to sell, right? So that the De Beers effect on diamonds happens. But it is easier to push up the whole ecosystem through incentive token than it is any other token RH has created, HEX included, PLS, PLSX. Incentive token is linked to everything else. So the price being $20, $50, $100 eventually is enough, even if the inflation is 0.1%. It's the same reason that people buy treasury bonds in government or anything else, is you're just basically trying to outpace fiat loss of purchasing power by increase of your units.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Ink is awesome.
Yeah. How many, even at the existing level, how many, if ink was $100, a lot of that supply would come into V1, a lot of it, right?
And the really cool thing about ink is that it's the only token I think RH, founded that he has none. He has ink now because he bought it, but at the beginning, right? He had to buy ink.
And nobody really knows. And again, daughter addresses, ones that are directly connected to the OA, just someone that has a master plan and decides to buy through their own separate wallets that are completely unconnected. Nobody knows who's been buying incentive tokens since launch of this chain. Nobody knows.
Yes.
You can speculate. Especially when it's been called the dump forever token, and especially when it's been called, I'm not even going to make the time to make a logo or to make a name for it. It's just going to be called incentive token. Like there's reasons it should be dumped, and there's reasons it may be accumulated over the couple of years.
He's never really spoken nicely about the incentive token ever. But that, it could have utility though. Like if you look at it on the Block Explorer, it has code attached to the token. I'm pretty sure it could be used as a DAO token.
Yes.
There could be all kinds of things that could be done with it. But yeah, nothing right now. Its main utility is this billionaire guy buys it sometimes, right?
Oh yeah, I hope it stays like this for quite some time. I will, we don't start it down now, right?
Because you're trying to accumulate, or what's your?
No, like yeah, exactly. Because I might buy a little bit more. So
Yeah.
You might see people actually starting to validate when they weren't validating before because farms were simpler, farms were easier. You might see people starting to eat into that 11% or so validation APR, and in order to basically take that yield and then buy something like incentive tokens speculatively.
Well, farms used to be simpler, but now we have there's 3 separate PulseChain liquid staking platforms on chain. So you can literally like press one button and you're a validator with sort of 90% of the rewards that a regular validator gets, and additional liquidity farming options. So there's Vouch, there's Project Pi, And then I can't remember the exact name, but the Up token community also
Validator
launched,
X.
There we go, Validator X. So yeah, 3 liquid staking pulse options, the same as like Lido DAO or Rocket Pool on Ethereum, where press one button and you deposit your pulse, and you're now a validator effectively.
Has that been super audited and all that stuff like that? I thought Alex from Hedron was making something like Rocket Pool. Is that what you're talking about?
Alex has announced he was making something like Rocket Pool a long time ago, but aside from the announcement, we never saw anything else. So there's 3 other parties who have released audited software. One is a fork of Rocket Pool, one is a fork of Staffy, and one is sort of a new protocol, but it's based on the above. And they're all audited to the best of my knowledge. And well-known characters inside the ecosystem, largely, docs teams and so on and so forth. So, DYOR, BYOB, all that stuff. But I think they're pretty solid.
Yeah, you want to hear a panic story? You want to hear panic?
Please, yes. Anything that made you
panic. How many validators are there? 45,000, roughly.
Yes.
So tomorrow you wake up and you find out, oh, hey guys, 45,000 new validators just spun up. What do? Hey, that's the equivalent of everything else we've seen. 45,000 more validators spin up.
Does that effectively cut the APY from 11 to 5? Is something like that?
It would do something like that. Yeah.
That would be it's a competition, right? So yeah, definitely.
I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, hey, my job to think about the stuff like that, like what would happen.
But RH could decide to support these liquid staking protocols, and a couple buttons, he could be running 45,000 validators inside of a week. So
that's true. That's true.
He could just, he could get a team of guys to set up a bunch of validators. But I would think it'd be good if he'd supported some of these in some way.
Yeah, and abundance mentality too. Something about that. First be like, well, it's going to cut down rewards, but the validators made a ton of good money here when we had very high volume. I mean, like double, triple the amounts in a day. And so I mean, having even more validators, even if in the short term, would be good. Just like having even less ink coming out could turn out to be really good. Having less hex, available on the market.
I think this will have these will have ongoing impact on the mental gymnastics you have to go through to make a decision of staking. Before the staking, when it was under a penny on Ethereum to stake, and the value of what was being staked was relatively zero, people could stake 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, then they move on to the next thing. That was 2018, 19. That was the origin, right? And as Ethereum became expensive, then these, you should concentrate your stakes instead of being daily. Like there are some OG that have daily stakes coming out for the next 15 years. Like on a daily basis, they're managing their hex stakes. And it became valuable, and it also became more expensive to stake and in-stake. And so you saw ladders, instead of being daily, being monthly or biannual or annual, and things like that start to happen as a narrative for this community. Then PulseChain exists, and it had this whole migration back and forth kind of narrative around who makes content. And it's going to be interesting to see this play out. So now the OA has stakes on both chains, not just one, but both chains have activity. And there is always a switch that potentially could be thrown, which is I've seen for years, here is the APY. Every time you go to the staking calculator on hex.com or whatever, here's the APY. Do your little math about six per T share or whatever the payout on average had been. But it was always random about a big payout day. It was random. Hex 19 gets hacked. He loses hundreds of millions or billions of hex back in the day, and there's a big payout of 10 hex per T share or something like that on a particular day. Now this is also in some way gamified, that OA could always make a decision. a big stake, a little stake. Maybe that's the reason that there's so much randomness in the amount staked each time, or the amount of T shares that each of these new OA stakes is generating. There's always a switch that can be thrown. It does go to, who's on puppet strings. Like it goes back to that narrative. We'll see the FUD or the negative naysayers say, Satoshi controls everything on the chain. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? OA controls everything on the chain. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? This is still going to play out in rhetoric,
Yo, shout out to Almighty really quick. Almighty just left a super chat. What's up, Almighty? Thanks so much, brother. I really appreciate the super chat. Almighty has a project called Mike Inc. He's had this project since PulseChain started. You earn incentive token by holding Mike Inc. Very cool project. Been holding it for a very long time. And it's smart. He built it on incentive token, which is, I think, one of the power hitters on PulseChain. I'm a big fan of it. I've had a banner at the bottom of most of my videos with incentive, Atropa, and pDAI on it, so I'm definitely biased. But, he's a smart man. So thanks, Almighty. Really appreciate that super chat. That was awesome, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Maybe more things will be built on Inc. I've seen Mike for a long time, and then Incognito doing their stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I can promise you that more things will be built on Inc. 100%.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of projects. Definitely suss them out a lot. I am glad that, we've seen Almighty for a long time. I don't think he's a rug puller, but we've certainly seen even lately a lot of rug pulls lately. So definitely be careful. One of the good things about the Heartman upping his offensive strategy is he's probably also witnessed all this rug pulling, and he's probably clearing out house. Another project, somebody just alerted me that just rugged, called James. James was, I guess they were pretending to be built by...
They rugged? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no. James was the Maria Atropa guy? Is that the James?
Yeah, but it's not him.
Yeah, but I don't think it's associated.
Right.
It's not associated.
him.
It's from...
I saw that pop up, and people talking about James. And I think some notable Twitter handles were trying to make it popular, but I was like, no, I'm out of those.
You can't do that.
I guess I didn't promote.
I don't know if he was promoting it, but I don't know. I think KOL's got to be a little bit smarter and got to understand how this game works.
Yeah, man, but some of them are just they'll just promote anything, right? It's like some people
they'll promote any token, right? Yeah, I guess
they have no discretion, I guess.
Yeah,
it was a pump tires coin.
Was it? I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, because there's kind of a built-in dump-a-mental there. I experienced this myself. I launched a token on there, I held all the tokens that I purchased as a founder when I made it, and there was as soon as it came out, it dumped because the people are running bots on there. They're coming in early, and their whole plan is to dump it as soon as it bonds. So I think the play might be to buy them after they bond, not before they bond.
Well,
but that's not a rug.
This is a situation.
That's just the price that went down.
This is a situation where the actual person who made it yanked their thing, right? Sold or dumped or whatever. Which is something you didn't do. Or let's say we did a tutorial live where we made.
There's burned liquidity there, right?
There is?
It's still.
There is, yeah.
There is? Okay.
Yeah, so it's like that. It's not a rug. It can't go to zero.
Gotcha. So I guess some of these people, they need to reword it. It didn't rug, but the dev sold.
They sold everything.
They sold everything.
But exactly. They cannot remove the liquidity.
Look, to give you an idea, that would be the equivalent of the Heartman dumping parts of the OA suddenly. Okay, so you want to be in projects. It's okay. We want people to make money, but you want a dev who's sticking it out. Obviously, we just saw Almighty was here. He has Mike Inc. Imagine he just started dumping Mike Inc. It just looked very bad for his project. It's not a good look, and you probably wouldn't want to back another project he did again after that, right?
And it's there's times where when you can actually dump and it's okay, right? When it doesn't affect the price. When you got buyers, right? It's okay, right? It's
and you can always LP out, right?
Exactly. And there's ways to sell without hurting the chart, I guess. Yeah, exactly.
You can LP out without hurting the chart. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
The dev
if you do it right, not if you make a giant V3 buy wall, like, that's that can hurt the price.
Psycho Crypto, are you serious? The dev dumped it live on B-Root stream. Now, were they just trying to make a point, awesome. Or were they, Yeah, and once again, Coexistent Steven's a great guy. Like, I don't know if he was caught up on whatever. He's legit. Yeah, he's a good guy, but the dev. Why would the dev dump it live? I mean, look, if the person's not doxed,
he's probably pumping it on stream and selling it with the other hand, right? Like, it's so great. You should buy it. And he's the whole time he's like pressing sell, sell, sell.
Yeah.
As people buy. I've seen that with like Andrew Tate does stuff like that all the time. Right?
Oh yeah.
But with pumped out tires, you're gonna always have
ran with his gummy bear or whatever, the same sort of thing. Like, you never know the shenanigans that are going on.
Oh, right. The gummy
thing. With pumped out tires, it sure would be nice if somebody actually had the code and we could review it, because it's not verified.
Oh, look, they're making us sign a whole thing now. This wasn't there before, right?
No, it's not there.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Okay, I promise I'm going to read it later. But just for the sake of the stream, I'm going to click accept, okay?
What is all this?
So,
that's terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. So, chat, don't do what I'm doing. Remember to read the terms and conditions. I promise later on, after I get off stream, I'm going to go read it. Right now, just for the sake of the stream, I'm going to click accept, okay? So we can move forward here.
Yeah. One word of caution with this. I think the example that you gave, fast, is very apt for people. So whether there's something wrong with the contract and I can't tell, or whether or not it's just that it can be exploited, it does appear that when tokens are just about ready to launch, there's like a sweet spot, and a bot comes in. A bot comes in, finishes the pool, and immediately dumps when it launches, and runs with a profit. So somebody's making something off this.
Oh yeah, there's bots already for sure, 100%. Yeah.
Well, I thought didn't he post a tweet like in this past couple of days, and it was it was almost a tutorial video of sniper bots, Telegram sniper bots.
Yes.
How to do something. Yeah. So I don't.
Yeah. which I guess is not like extremely useful, since like as you can see, there's like a coin launching every, I don't know, 1 second.
Oh my God, there's 734 pages now.
Yeah, man, it's insane.
Oh yeah.
It's
734 times 12.
Yeah. It's like it's every second there's like 10 projects.
Damn. That's great though. That's great, man. Burn and pulse. Burn that pulse, baby. Burn that pulse. Casino is open.
But this is the product market fit, right?
It is.
It's the ability for anyone to click a button, create a coin with a nice sticker, and like people can buy it, right? That's it. It's like this is the product market fit.
Is your
it's
bear
for you
market
to create
hedge?
a coin, right? It's for you to go there and
that's the thing is
coin,
with AI, you don't like if it's not already happening. It doesn't have to be people creating these things.
Maybe
some of these just be like that one AI coin that went to several $1 million, and nobody ever was behind it. Like it was just AI.
You know how many there are? You know how many tokens there are?
30
million, something like that.
You guys are brainiacs. I'm not asking you guys. I know you guys know the answer. Chat, how many tokens are there? Let's see if chat can figure it out. There's some geniuses out there.
Graduates are there on Pump now? Graduate page.
If you would have asked me how many pages there are on Pump Tires, I would not have guessed in the 700s. That's for sure. How many tokens are there? Now some of these pups are too smart. They're Googling it right now. That doesn't count. Okay, 9,000. I'm just going to count the next couple answers. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you're Googling it. No, too slow. You guys are Googling. They're looking it up. They're looking it up. Okay, the answer is I think it's 36 million. Now somebody can fact check that, because everything you read. I think it's 36 million already. I mean, you look. We have over 700 pages already in Pump Tires in a week? No, it's 10 days, right? 10 days. That's a lot. That's a lot of inflation. That's a lot.
Well, yeah. Pump my tires.
Pump my tires. 36 million tokens in crypto. I think it's 36 million. That's a lot, man.
Way more than there used to be like last cycle and the cycle before, right? Like,
Yeah.
Huge increase, huge decrease in your success ratio.
Yeah.
Of course.
You should see what it's going to be next month, according to this chart. It's crazy.
100%.
Yeah.
There's 17 launches, 17 pages of launches times 12. So that's 200 or something, right? 196, whatever.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, around 196. Yeah. 4 in RH. I want to buy a Gary token. 8,567. Why are you guys guessing in the 8,000s? Are you kidding me? 36 million on Solana alone? Oh, it's Solana alone. Okay, so I'm way off. So that's just on Solana. It's just, who knows what it's going to be with PulseChain in another month, right? Like, guys, that's crazy. That's crazy. So you got to be positioned correctly going forward. That's for sure. And I think we are. I'm confident we are. You're holding Pulse. You're holding Incentive. Got some pDAI. King. Nobody rugged pants, bro. I didn't touch it. We taught you guys how to make it. It was a fair launch. Everybody went at it like a bunch of sharks. I didn't touch anything once it got made. Okay, everybody watched me literally. I didn't.
Dev has no hands. Dev has no hands.
Yeah, I got.
That's if you look at pump.fun like on Solana, like that's how 90% of these things go. Is like they go up until they hit the bottom curve and they have a big crash, and then some of them come back. All right. Yeah. So that is the question. Will they come back?
Isn't that what happens to the majority of tokens? Like even outside of
meme coins, at the very least.
What are you talking
like even
about,
normal
bro?
coins, right?
It's
like
holding up fine. Do you know how good this is holding up for a pump tires project? I thought I was gonna pull up a chart and I was gonna see just red candles going down. Like, are you kidding me? It's holding above 10K market cap. It's just building structure right here, holding a floor. It's already put in its low. This is gorgeous, bro. This is gorgeous. And there's no website, no promotion, nothing. What's holding this up is that everyone saw it as a fair launch. Like there was no shenanigans, no team, no insiders, nothing, man. Like that's it. It was just completely fair. So I see this eventually building structure when we go again. So hey, man, if you want to call that a rug pull, great. I think the smart ones will know what to do.
By the way, Saint, I'm still waiting for my allocation.
Yeah, exactly. I hooked up all the insiders. Nah, it was fun. It was cool. We did a tutorial and made it, and that's it, man. Went out to everybody. Okay, in all fairness, it went to the Telegram about a minute before it went on the chat. Okay, so but there's 500 people in the Telegram. Most of you guys are in the Telegram, so.
And how long did it take for it to hit the bonding curve?
The bonding curve, Chad, how long did it take? It took about, 15 minutes?
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that was very similar to my experience. I could barely tell anybody before things were hitting the bonding curve.
Yeah, I think we hit it in like 15
That's
minutes.
because you're a known person, right? It's the same thing with tokens.
You can't even tell looking at like I did say I was like oh I'm launching this thing, but like on pump.tires, there's no way to verify whether it is that person launching the token, right? Like you can attach your Twitter account, but I could attach, Crispy's Twitter account to launch the token, and nothing stops you.
Do it.
Do it.
Sure.
Why not?
You launched enough tokens alone, Crispy.
Yeah, we did one the other day, and it took a little bit longer. Ours it took about an hour to get through.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing is people are paying attention to World Liberty Finance because it's associated with Trump. Like 400 ETH matters because that's an entity that's talking politics and treasury funds and things, sovereign wealth, kind of content and things like that being commented on. It's the same thing with the ones attributed to RH on Pump Fund, like this COC address or whatever it is that launched most and so forth. Those have sticking power because of the affiliation, whether it's actually valid or not, the affiliation with Richard without it being contested. I said something about that today in the Crypto Town Hall Twitter space, and it was you can make NFTs of Michael Jordan's jersey, but it doesn't matter unless Michael Jordan is the one that's making content about it. Like it's attributed specifically to Michael Jordan's NFT or his collectible card through Topps or whatever it may be. And it's the same thing with these entities like Tesla. If Tesla has a marketing department and they say, we can spend $5 million on advertising Tesla on the Super Bowl for a 30-second spot, or we can launch a token, tell people that we're really the ones behind it. We hold 80 or 90% of the supply, and we're going to liquidity bond it with Bitcoin. Then the Bitcoin people would probably like it, probably hate it, but probably equal on half and half, because it's promoting Bitcoin, it's promoting Tesla. It's, you know, you can only buy stock in Tesla with KYC, but you can buy the Tesla token without KYC. Like, there's all kinds of narratives around why you should put marketing towards the meme if it's officially launched by the entity. I'm not talking like celebrity musicians. That's or, you know, other celebrities. They often are just the stand-in for you know, someone that's going to take advantage of their brand. Most likely, that's what's happened a lot of times. Even with who is it, Dave Portnoy, which is a lot of the noise of the past couple of days. Yeah, I think that the corporate treasury, Bitcoiners love it when a certain percentage of the treasury is tied to the stock of Tesla. That's an example that's true. Or MicroStrategy, and they say, look, buy our stock so that we can buy more Bitcoin, and then it'll be associated or affiliated with the value of the stock. It's the same sort of thing with a lot of the bookkeeping, official bookkeeping, and it also goes into the narrative. If IBM is an American company, if Texas Instruments is an American company, and then they launch a meme token that's a collectible, but it is that's going to show that it's an American crypto launch, right? There's got to be probably Fireblocks or whoever else has to secure it, you know, multi-sig addresses and all this other kind of stuff, because it affects directly their brand, because they are the ones that launched it. It's different than if URI launched a Tesla token on a pump platform. It's not the same thing. Cool. There's a lot of potential about it being American, about it being affiliated, about it being basically volunteerism marketing, because if you have a small percentage of a Tesla token that's officially launched, you're probably going to make memes about it, and you're probably going to engage a lot of crypto Twitter that Tesla doesn't have to do.
Uh-oh, batten down the hatches. We got an emergency. What's up, Taurus and Larry? How you doing?
Doing good.
Say hi to somebody. Just launched me on Pump Tires. Pups, just this is not me, just a heads up. But it just launched. Well, happy to see how it does, I guess.
You gonna buy some?
Should have got. Do it. Let's.
Should have gone all in. Should have gone all in and got all the supply.
Market cap's 189. I guess. Well, let's find out some information about it. Damn, they literally called it Saint Wolf. Fuck. I'll be right back. I need a drink.
I bet you there's more than one.
Chad, who did this?
I'm sure there's more.
I'm sure they're watching, but yeah, I bet you there's a half dozen Saint Wolves on there.
Oh, yeah.
Or if there's not, there will be.
Now, you guys notice the volume on those first set of tokens was a little unnatural. Or am I the only
Which
one?
set of tokens? On the like most token and so on and so forth.
Most ADA, you know, BT, all those.
Yeah, there's definitely some manipulation there.
Yeah,
Positive manipulation.
I don't know if I call it manipulation, but definitely there were bots running doing that work. And then it had an interesting effect, you know, that pretty much whoever's running those bots, assuming they had enough pulse to do all the transactions, which maybe there's somebody out there that has unlimited amounts of pulse. They were the only ones that were transacting. They do whatever they wanted on the system, you know. I was trying to get in there to do even one thing, and it was costing me anywhere from $2 to $20 a transaction just for simple sends, you know. And so very interesting game theory.
Hex is still climbing on PulseChain.
Oh, hot damn.
Oh
yeah.
Ethereum too, but yeah.
And on Ethereum too, I think it's even
a higher climb, but it's still Hex on PulseChain is 2 cents, 0.05, I guess. Yeah, still climbing. It's interesting.
Nice. Yeah, EHEX up 41% on the 24-hour on PulseChain. That's not terrible. I'll take it.
Yep.
Hex up 30.81%.
Ink 15%. Not bad.
Pump for ants.
For instance, exactly.
That's true.
That's right.
But if it happens every day,
exactly,
we got 40% compounding on top of yesterday's 40% every day for the next month, and I'm not going to do the math, but that sounds awesome. I'll take it.
Great conclusion.
And it's pulling other things up too. Like I can see like the actuator protocol that's has the HCTs that are hex equivalents, like they're pulled up 20% from the hex pumps that are 30% on hex, 20% on actuator, and there'll be all sorts of correlations all over the chain. Like everything is bonded via pulse, hex, pulse X, you name it. Mostly pulse, but yeah, it is good. I like it.
Yes.
But if Pulse did a 40% day, that would be the day everything pumped by default, because that is connected to everything.
The hex
100%.
pair, the hex E-hex pair on PulseX V2 did 1.8 million in volume in the last 24 hours.
Oh shit, I'm making money. I like that. Thank you.
It's almost 8 million over the last 7 days.
I like it.
It's a pretty good LP reward, like 4,000 or something like that LP in the last 24 hours as far as reward. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Bad. If you're willing to take the impermanent loss there, right? Because it will be a impermanent loss rich pair. But if they move up, keep moving up together,
yes,
it might not be so bad.
Exactly.
Well, if you never sell, you never have impermanent loss. Just never pull the pull.
That's true.
Exactly.
It's not permanent until you pull the LP. Man, we do a lot of shop talk around here. We got to start dumbing that down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's going to be new people coming who are rewatching these old streams. You know, so LP is liquidity per position, right? Like impermanent loss is when you lose part because you lose some value because one token goes up higher and faster than another token. You're left with more of the token that did not go up as quickly. Stuff like that.
I do that all the time with the 2 fucks. Yeah, I like that.
Thank you. I also like it.
I'm earning it, man, through impermanent loss and other ways.
Yep. If you want the token that it didn't go up as quickly, then that can actually be a win too. And I'll also do that. I'll be like, okay, make a pair of 2 tokens or 5 tokens or whatever. And when the token that I want goes down in price, then I pull the LP so that I can get the token that I want. That could be a win.
Yep.
Lots of ways to play.
Icosa had a pretty big jump. I don't see a lot of liquidity, but I'm looking at the Go Pulse coins page. So I don't know how did they get their liquidity calculation on that Go Pulse page? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, most of the Icosa liquidity is on Fox, and I'm sure Go Pulse is not pulling from there.
Right.
So you'd have to look on here. Let me look on Gecko Terminal to see what the actual jump in price on Icosa is. It probably is accurate. It's probably mostly just bonded liquidity though, right?
Well, I don't know. So again, I don't know how Go Pulse functions and the Gecko terminal, but it's only showing 36,000 in liquidity, which is not true. But it's showing a 24-hour bump up of 75%. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's another 100K in liquidity on the Fox Exchange, and it's showing a 52% increase in the price of Icosa on PulseChain, and a lesser increase on Icosa from Ethereum, but still going up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see Icosa, the PulseChain one is
Should be going up.
50%. Yeah, 60,000. And then the Icosa is 75%. But I also see like eTrio and eDeci, those are getting a lot of attention because of this pairing, probably the LP pairing.
Okay, so ETH
those also have most of their liquidity on Fux. So it's watch those small pools on PulseX are not always accurate.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go look at that. I want to see what you guys are talking about. I'll pull those up in a sec. Or actually, Crispy, if you also want to share your screen, you can share what you got. I know what you guys are talking about in chat. ETH is pumping, but it was in a falling wedge here, as you guys see, which was it's generally bullish, but it doesn't mean it has to do anything, right? Obviously, we saw this major candle here that popped, took us down to the support, and we fell below it. All we're doing right now is we're coming up for another take at this old support, which is now resistance. As of now, we're being rejected. On the daily, when I see like a candle like this, like the Darth Maul, usually tells me we're going to go sideways for a while. But in this situation, if we get it, we could do anything, because it could be, if it's a really strong rejection, we could go lower. All right. But really, we just want to see this dance around, and range is what I kind of just want to see happen. Even if we get just even a little bit more weakness, I'm hoping eventually, even if it's a couple more weeks away, we pop back in and pop back above and start to play out this, falling wedge we had here. And really quick, I feel the same about BTC. I don't see this telling me it wants to do much except range and possibly go slightly lower. That's really all I see. And it's similar to when I drew this a few weeks back. I know really going way back, I'd drawn this whole this thing that it followed when we were back here. I drew that. And then if you remember a few weeks ago, I drew this. I was like, you know what? If it doesn't choose the high or low, it could just range right at this major support. And pretty much right now, that's really what it's doing. It's just kind of hanging out in this range. I don't see it doing much else. I kind of just scribbled out, just pretty much saying we're just going to be stuck in this range. Possibly at the end of this, we get some kind of, when it's ready, it'll dump down, make some kind of low before it takes off. That's, a possibility. We'll put in that last low before we go to the upside. But the ETH thing, it's slamming right up into resistance right now. So we need a lot more volume and energy than that to smash that, since we are in a downtrend. But yeah, just maybe a little bit more time. Now you guys were talking about two folks.
We're talking about the bump up in price for what do they call the perpetuals, like the the trio, and all the stuff that basically
Maxi, Jesse, Lucky, Trio, Base.
You guys can tell me which way to go, or you guys can share one of your screens if you want. It's pretty specific. It's up to you.
Go ahead and press that launch button.
Go to launch. Okay.
Somebody's been making comments about it. I think that's probably part of the bump up also.
Once again, chat, remember to read the terms and agreements and the disclaimers. I'm rushing forward because I've read this before. So
you have?
Oh, well, please read it. Oh, you should check out mine too.
You'll see top pools there.
Which one's that?
That's the new PTGC pool you see at the top, paying pretty decent.
Jesus,
I'm happy with it. Yeah.
So to be competitive, did you crank yours when the PulseX ones brought theirs down?
We don't have those powers. All the APRs are determined by votes. It's totally democratic.
Really?
So more people vote for a pool, the more it pays. Like on my admin panel, I don't have an option to increase the yield of this pool. If I want to increase the yield of this pool, I need to go buy FUX or 2FUX tokens and lock them and vote for a pool. That's the only way to do it ever. So everything is built into the fork protocols.
Gotcha.
It's a different system. It's more complicated, but it is in my opinion more sustainable than that sort of the pancake swap forks, where that generally speaking the reward token goes down, except for because it's RH, that is not necessarily going to be the case, right?
Yeah.
So, but with utility of a reward token, you can get, a different sort of performance, because, these will always be worth something, because the reward token is what determines which pool pays the most, right? You lock your 2FUX tokens, or via the FUX exchange, you lock FUX tokens, and then you can vote for the pool that you want to pay the most. And so these pools that are paying the most is because the communities are behind them, right? There's a nice, I think it's on the first page, probably at the bottom of that page. There's a nice hex pool there that I really like. Oh, maybe it's on the next page now. Might have got bumped down. If you put in the search tab, just search. Oh, there it is. Hex parity maxi.
There it is.
So that's the Maximus DAO tokens that Gary was talking about, from Ethereum and from PulseChain, paired against each other, along with Hex from Ethereum and from PulseChain, and it's paying it's paying more than you were probably making on PulseX to farm essentially Hex against Hex. Now, the top pool there has impermanent loss in that it's EHEX against PHEX and EMAXI against PMAXI. The next one down, the eMaximus Perps pool, that's all EHEX bridged to PulseChain, so you'd have much less impermanent loss there. But yeah, those ones are pretty hot. I think they're doing very well. And part of that is fees of like the actual trading, and part of it is the reward tokens you're receiving. That's in the APR.
So I understand when there's a blend of the perpetuals that DevCatcher and Goldkey launched. Yeah. When there's a blend, Trio I think comes out. Does it come out this year? Has it already come out? When's it come out?
Base came out this year. I think there's a year left on Trio. In my head, there is, though.
Yeah, there might be a year. Base came out, but I think Trio, I think I stopped paying attention after Trio. I was like, okay, 3 years is enough. I don't need like the yearly thing or whatever. But it always has been that there's not liquidity to match what you bought. So, I mean, again, if you buy on the DEXs and you buy and you hold long enough, then it makes sense because you're basically looking at the future value of Hex, and then you can do the calculations. But if you're going to sell early or going to try to trade in, trade out on volatility of the perpetuals, you're probably going to be in a position you don't want to be in, unless you are committed. If you're doing volume, psychologically. If you LP out, you could be okay though. Yeah, unless you are basically committing to yourself on the buy that you're going to wait until the protocol releases, and when you actually are able to redeem, then it makes it all worth it. So if you're actually going to trade in and trade out, it's a different animal than if you're saying, hey, this is a cheap way to buy something I'm going to unlock in 3 years or 7 years or 10 years, whatever the narrative is. Yeah.
If a person just a little more sophisticated and understands the concept of liquidity providing to get in and out of tokens, these can be a real win, right? Because like on something like the base token, where it's a hex stake that is a 1 year rolling stake, and if you hit inside the deadline where you're able to redeem that for the underlying hex, you can do that. But also leading up to that deadline, the price of the base token will go up and up and up because everybody knows on this day this is going to happen. And we'll see the same with Trio, which is the 3 year hex stake. And when it gets to like Maximus DAO, like the 15-year hex stake, which isn't a perpetual one, they'll have to relaunch it. But that's not today's problem. But getting to in year 14 of that hex stake, I bet you the price of the Maxi token is going to go up a lot, right? Because it's like, in a short time frame, you'll be able to redeem that from the underlying hex in this giant stake more than most people could ever make themselves. So there's definitely gameplay there.
But there's gameplay to buy it before the unlock, weeks or days or whatever before the unlock, because the price will climb. People that are talking about it and just making comment that, hey, we've been waiting 10 years for this thing to be unlockable. And then when it actually does unlock, if that has a significant impact on the price of Hex itself, because everybody is unlocked at that same time, and will they redump or will they rebuy or will they restake? Who knows? But yeah, I don't think that many people look at. It's not Hex.live. What is it? That you look at the stakes that are coming out. Is that function on PulseChain also? The thing that Firebun built a long time ago.
Crispy?
You're about Hex.vision. Right?
Yeah, Hex.vision. Does Hex.vision function for PulseChain Hex, or is it only?
I don't think it's even up anymore.
I haven't looked in a while, actually.
I don't think it's up. Yeah.
Hey, Samuel, if I want to give you a quick disclaimer there, just since we have this on the screen.
Yeah.
If people want to enter these pools, don't enter them via 2Fux. Enter them via the Fux exchange. There's a little widget there that'll right below where it'll link you directly to the Fux exchange. It'll show you the slippage and stuff like that. So right where it says deposit at the bottom of the page, deposit liquidity on Fux.io and then stake your LP token on 2Fux. You can deposit it via the 2Fux front end, but it doesn't show you the slippage. So on a pool with 8 assets in it, that could be bad.
Okay, so instead,
that,
what do we do? We
there's right by just underneath the where the pool there. There's a little box, and there's an arrow that will take you to that pool on the Flux Exchange. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And then make sure you read all that.
Everybody read everything. Okay. Especially if you're connecting your wallet. A couple minutes, not going to hurt you.
So the Flux Exchange is a fork of Balancer. 2Flux is a fork of Convex built on top of it.
Make sure.
So, but the liquidity always lives on the Flux Exchange, and it's best to add and remove liquidity via the Flux Exchange to get the information you need.
Okay. Okay.
So, and FYI, it can be a little bit slow, as we're seeing here. You may need to refresh. There we go.
Do you know do the guys whitelist this LP pool so that you don't?
I've not had time to go over that with them yet, so I suspect not. So probably you're paying a fee to enter and leave this pool. But for 900% plus APR, that probably is worth it. But depends on the person and their plan. You only pay one time when you move the tokens from your wallet, right? So that would be the deal. But yeah, if they whitelist this as an official pool, you'd be able to enter the pool via their front end and leave it without paying a fee. So that's that can be discussed.
Best Abdul, this is Larry here, and I got a quick question.
Go ahead, Larry.
And that is, you were talking about leaving the pools, and if you're not leaving it the same spot that you got in, that you could actually end up with more tokens on one side than the other.
That's
right. I'm wondering, is that the same way with the 2Flux and the Flux?
Exactly. So the only like the Flux Exchange being a fork of Balancer, it allows you to have up to 8 tokens in a liquidity pool instead of only having 2 tokens in a liquidity pool. So the issue comes in when one of the tokens goes up faster than the other. You'll end up with more of the other token, and that just with 8 tokens, it happens the same as with 2 tokens. It's just like you have when you create a liquidity pool with 8 tokens instead of 2. It's like you made 28 V2 liquidity pairs. It's like you made 22 individual pools. So they're each interacted with separately. So it's a little bit more complicated, but exactly the same. So if I was in this pool here and the price of PTGC went up a lot and the price of Pulse did not go up a lot, and then I pulled out my liquidity, and then I'd end up with more Pulse and less PTGC than when I entered the pool, is the likely scenario that you would face. Now that is the impermanent loss that becomes permanent when you pull it, right? So you can see the slippage there, Wolf, and that's because you're not balanced in that pool. You're only entering with 1 token, and it's selling the other tokens in the background to fill in the other boxes. So to get that number to 0 slippage, you'd have to put in the correct amount of each token, and then you can get it down to less than 0.01% slippage. But that's the danger of entering with only 1 asset, right?
Would that be the way you'd want to maximize this is to put a little bit of each one?
You'd want to look at the proportions that each of those are in that pool. You can see like Teddy Bear is 20% of the pool, Burn is 5%, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. And you want to balance those numbers out, which could those numbers are static. Like it's always gonna say that, but there are options to put in a lesser or greater number if you're willing to pay the slippage. But you should make it so you pay as little slippage as possible by swapping tokens on like Pidius or something to get the right balance before entering the pool.
And half of that slippage might be the penalty too.
I don't think it's going to show that on here. I could be wrong. I've only started playing with these tax tokens a little bit on here. Did you notice anything with that, Crispy, when you were playing with the tax tokens on there?
He's frozen.
Oh, Crispy's frozen. That's okay. He'll be back. But yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think you just have to hit the right balance. I'm not seeing it on your screen, Wolf, but there should be an option you may have to refresh where it gives you a proportionate representation button.
Okay.
It also seems like it would say you're paying a 5% tax or something on there.
it doesn't understand that it's a tax token, right, on the DEX. Just like on PulseX, if you entered directly into a PTG CLP via PulseX, it won't tell you this is a tax token.
Oh, maybe I have to. Okay, I got slippage tolerance.
Yeah, and you may it's possible on some of these ones that contain like a fee token like PTGC, you may have to increase your slippage tolerance to enter the pool.
Right.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you take your time. If you're moving 10 grand into an LP, like don't hurry to press the buttons, right? It's okay if it takes 30 minutes. And you get it right the first time, because there's money to be made in these more complicated LPs. But yeah, it's not as simple as entering like one of the farms on PulseX, right? But with PulseX paying much less, I'm starting to get a lot more calls lately from whales I know who are like, "How does this work again?" Because they're looking for a play. Right?
Yeah.
And we have some players who are moving here. The Fire Whale, the founder of SolidX, he's very present on 2Fux. He was actually the #1 sacrificer for the 2Fux protocol. He is the biggest the biggest wallet that's locked, has locked 2Fux. He controls more votes than any other single wallet with his public wallet that everybody knows about. So there's lots of games here. The simple thing that we have, if you press that prime 2Fux button, the second one over, this is the play for people who don't want to worry about just at the top of the screen. There's the list of things.
Just making sure Crispy's not like waving at me or something or trying to get my attention over here. Nah,
he's probably just walking his dog.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, just leave him there.
He does that.
All right, click on
what? Where it says Prime 2Fux, the second over at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
This is our protocol token that pays out all the fees that the protocol makes. Single-sided staking, no lock, auto compounding.
Okay.
Paying 100. What does it say there? Buyers aren't as good as they used to be.
110. APR.
110%.
Yeah, 110%.
And it's been paying around that since the protocol launched. And it basically, our protocol owns 86% or something like that of the votes on the Fux exchange. And with that comes yield, and most of that yield is directed to this single token, the Prime 2Fux token. And you can single-sided stake it with no lock and make 110%. So if you don't want to worry about liquidity providing, but you want to capture some value that DEXs are creating, in my mind, this is actually probably the best single-sided staking token on the PulseChain. It's 100% utility. There's, we're not pushing a meme narrative on this. This is just taking the fees from our protocol, and 86.77% of the fees from the Fux exchange get directed to people who stake this token. So it's not so bad.
TVL, yeah, looking good, man. Looking good. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be good for people are going to be looking for other places to move their capital. So it's good. Competition's good. We like that.
But this is an example of you can't compete with RH, right? If he says if he launches, pumps the ink yield up to,
of course,
9,000%, I won't be able to compete.
You're done.
But that's not the game, right? And that's not the game he's playing, because he's trying to reduce inflation. Right. So, but if I can build something that uses his tokens, which is what we've essentially done here, right? You can put your hex into this protocol. You can put there's farms with ink that are paying decent on this protocol. There's all sorts of different RH tokens that you can farm here via the Fux exchange. There's a place for everybody to build in the ecosystem. Just don't build any more hex clones, and you should be okay.
Gotcha. Looking good. Let's check this one. This one dumped and pumped again. Right back where it was, pretty much. Action, bonding curve, not even close. A long way to go.
How's Pants doing? No Pants.
Pants is looking good. Pants is good, actually. Holding up great. Making a nice floor. Where are we at? We got a nice floor. The Jeets are out. We got strong holders.
Okay.
Looking good, man. Looking good. Got an inverse head and shoulders forming. I'm liking it, man. I'm liking it. Well, look, it was a fair launch. So, I mean, nobody's worried about, insiders, whatever. It is what it is. So, and it's constantly getting stronger. Okay. You guys see this? RSI is constantly going up slightly. It's good. Nothing bad to say. It's like much more than I expected. So, hit that like you, DGens. That's right. It's just above 10K. 10K.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. And we're going to look at, actually, we got another one over here called Hexagon Sperm Bank 6.1. Oh, the sperm. This was a falling wedge. I had expectations this was going to break to the upside. But looks like
not as of yet.
Everyone withdrew their sperm suddenly.
Yep.
Something.
I got to start giving it away for free again.
He emptied the sack.
Yep. It's below sack price.
Indeed.
But let's see because it's been out for a little while. Now, when did this come out officially?
Like last week. No, not long.
Okay.
And that red candle looks very similar to the red candle on pants, right?
Oh yeah, you got some serious bullish divergence over here, man. Oh,
what does that mean?
That means that even though the price came down, this is your bottom. The RSI made a higher high, which means you had some buyers stepping in there. Some energy came into it. Right. So I can draw it here for you guys. You guys can see this. See, the RSI started moving up, even though the price here came down. And this is generally what you look for when you want to find bottom-ish areas, okay? So this might be your bottom, all right? Even though price came to its lowest point, the RSI made a higher high. That's really good. And you can see how fast it ticked back up higher than where did it fall out of the range. So it fell out of the range here. And now, even though the price is lower, the RSI is a much higher point than when it even fell out of its formation, right? This was a pretty strong area of support, right? So where it fell out of here, the RSI here is much higher. All these things you're putting together to put a picture together. Now we can pull these lines out to figure out what it needs to do. Obviously, we need to get back up above this at least. But it's moving the right way. That's good. Looks like Hexagon Sperm Bank has some juice coming back into it. People
take a look at the website. It's a custom job.
You made a website? Oh, that's right. There was a website.
Oh yeah, there's a website. Yeah, no, it's a full meal deal.
Oh, that's right.
You need a website?
Indeed. What's hexagonspermbank.wtf is the address.
There you go.
Get impregnated?
Get impregnated by Hexagon today. And you can see there I got a list of donors. All the chats at PulseChain. Sorry, I didn't have time to add you, Larry. You just
is that Pulse Latina as a donor? Who is that?
There are some ladies that made contributions here, apparently. Wait, where do you see that?
There's no Pulse.
The number 2 besides Shillum. I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's Turkey.
Oh, got the hair. I thought it was Latina.
Yeah, no, it's all Chads on there. All well-known Chads.
Oh, somebody's back. What's up, Crispy man? How you doing?
Crispy.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away. I'm going to go ahead and drop, but hey, thanks for the invite, man. Anytime, let me know. I'll come back.
Hey, anytime, man. You're welcome, brother. It's always good to see you.
All right, guys. You be good. Sorry I didn't get to talk to you, Larry. Next time. Bye, Pedro.
Bye, man. Take care.
Yeah, Larry actually stepped out as well.
Who did Larry? Oh, okay, Larry did. Night.
Yeah, Larry had to go.
Yeah, it's all good.
Sorry.
Let's go look at incentive once again. Still hanging out. This is very bullish. You got a hammer forming here. So this is bullish, guys. Not a shocker. We probably will have to come back and do a retest at some point, maybe, because things are pretty cranked on it. Also, RSI is coming down while price is moving up. So we may come back at some point. But right now it is bullish. And I do want to see Teddy Bear. There you are, Teddy Bear. Well, this is Teddy Bear Pulse. Let's go look at Bear. What's Bear up to?
Yeah, that deep fall. Now it's just kind of going sideways.
Going sideways. Yeah, we have that M. So this is a bit of a hammer, but pointing in the wrong direction. Kind of this is the opposite of what incentive token is doing right now, pups. And once again, I'm a huge lover of the bear token. I'm just expressing that there may be some more downside here. Now that was a really quick knee-jerk reaction to it, but let me look a little closer here.
There's a support there.
Yeah, no, all the support is here. I mean, you can see this big area here. This is the only support it had. So we got through all this air here. Now we're contending with this area. We still got this area down here because this is not showing strength yet. Okay, so bear is not showing a lot of strength yet. Now I'm not selling any of my bear. It's not a problem. I'm a buyer at this range. But it is what it is, all right? It is what it is. It is being rejected as it moves through here. And if we don't pop out, which I don't think we're going to, unless, once again, big buyer comes in something, we're going to come see lower targets. But I'm sure bigger buyers also see what I see and may wait for this range here. And I think I had it marked on one of my charts. I had a box somewhere. There you go. Oh, we've... cut right through
the box of opportunity, remember?
Yeah, it was a box of opportunity. Now we gotta need a new box.
Some people made fun of it, but apparently, you were right
Bottom
again.
of the box. Need a bigger box, yeah. Bigger box fixes it.
There you go. Yeah, bigger box going lower. This ranging retrace situation we're in is lasting a little bit longer than we expected. ETH is not cooperating with us, so our boxes are going to have to get a little bigger, a little deeper. I apologize to the chat. All our boxes have been hit on everything. Even you guys made fun of me on G-Baby and Hot Hex. My boxes were hit, but I had to make my boxes bigger because Vitalik got a girlfriend, so we're all fucked apparently.
Damn.
Make this a little bit easier to see. Let's see what the box looks like. I'll give you some targets here. Look, if we break through this range, like I said, I don't see a lot of strength yet on Teddy Bear. Now, once again, it's crypto. Anything could happen. The move is done. Like, technically, we could start to move up from here. You can clearly see an ABC. I'm not into all this technical stuff, but I'm pointing it out because it's just dead obvious. A 2-year-old can see you got an A, B, C, okay? The move's done. You're at strong support. We're good. But I just don't see strength come into this chart yet. And short of a miracle happening, I also don't see this, immediately going like this, okay? It just wouldn't look right to me. It just wouldn't be right. So I do think we need to range here. And if strength doesn't come in, we'll probably break the price, where these wicks are. Where I had the box originally, kind of this red line, $32 million market cap-ish, and we're going to head down lower to about a $26 million market cap. So let me just raise the bottom of this floor. I don't think we go lower than that, okay? That's about right there. And that'll take, that's a pretty deep cut, okay? Technically, you're at where I would have expected the bottom to start to form. And it could form here. We could absolutely just range here. So just be aware of that we absolutely could start to just, okay, come up, okay, and start to go. We could do this. We don't have to go lower. I'm just putting it because it's a possibility. And if ETH continues to be rejected where it's being rejected right now and we start to go lower, alts are going to bleed. You know that. Some of you guys that are new to crypto understand that if ETH and BTC start to bleed in range, your alts are going to take a bigger hit. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. So for those of you guys that experience, you know it. You hold through these. Some of you guys, if you've over risked, then yeah, you can sell a bit, but which I do sometimes. If I buy too high or I buy too much, I de-risk. But in this case of Teddy, I'm going to hold it, right? So we could just range here, and I'm ready for that possibility as well. It doesn't have to go much lower. We could just start to range here. But that's generally what I'm seeing. But it certainly could come down. You still got a lot of air down here. And this right now is not very strong looking. We can go look over here. WBTC looks a little stronger for sure. We definitely got more buyers here right now. No doubt about that. This one's holding up. pDAI is also holding up. We'll go look at that in a second. I didn't adjust my box on this one. This is exactly where I've had it. I started this when I think we had a major breakdown. The worst case scenario, I think, was 300, because I'm just respecting the chart here. I don't know why I put it here. Must have been a good reason. Let me look back on the chart why I did that. It's pretty low. Oh, yeah, because there's a lot of support there. Yeah.
It looks like an M, McDonald's.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think that's another reason I made it deeper than. There's a lot of reasons I probably put it down here. I'd have to break down this whole chart again. But yeah, I've charted this before. But the reason it looks, I have a line up here too. But it's still M-ish. There's no doubt about it, right? This isn't very strong, and we could range up here above $628, $630. That would be really nice. Okay, on purple Bitcoin, it'd be really nice. We start ranging here and we hold above 630. Okay, but if this weakness continues, same thing. We're going to come down to the next level. That next level is going to be about $430, and we're between 430 and 630. That'll probably be your next range if all this starts to break down. All right. Now, I don't know if it is or isn't. Maybe we're in a big fake out in the macro, and ETH and BTC are about to do an incredible recovery and just pop to the upside. Hey, that happens. Strength comes in. Phenomenal, great, but it is what it is. I just draw what the chart shows me. That's it, man. I definitely looking at this now, without some act of God coming into the broader market, I definitely do think we're going to see possibly 450 again. I just, yeah, it just looks dumpy right now. At least once the text like 570, some of these wicks are going to need to be filled for sure. That for sure. And then we'll have to see what this market does. Like I said, my friend who's a trader, he sees 6 weeks ahead. He's concerned. So I didn't get more details from him besides that. He just said, what did he say? He said 6 weeks. He said to me, I'm very concerned about the next 6 weeks. He usually doesn't talk like that, to be honest. So he must know some stuff about the next 6 weeks. Maybe I'll ask him later. I don't want to bug him though. These guys, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to be that guy. That's like the most he's ever told me, like descriptive wise. These guys talk so short and curt. It's ridiculous. Let's go look at pDAI. So maybe there is some softness coming in. If that case, yeah, we're going to hit that what did I say, 430? 470, that wick for sure. And the bottom here could be 300 if things get really squirrely. That's if they get really squirrely, man. Because you can definitely see, interest here more than, let's say, a bear right now. Let's go look at DAI. DAI holding up at 9 cents. Yeah, that's your really strong support. 0.009. Not 9 cents, but exact same formation. Exact same. Pretty sure I have some charting here. Okay. Let's see. BRB. That's a dollar cost. 6 weeks is blood moon. 6 weeks is the blood moon. Yeah. So Briath, maybe these things do line up, and it's lined up to that might be our bottom coming in soon, or with that blood moon, and then we reverse. So maybe this guy's right, and I don't think these guys even look at that stuff. By the way, I bet you if I said blood moon to him or moon, he'd probably laugh. Like, these guys are like, they don't really work like that. If you said Wyckoff to some of these guys, they would laugh. They would be like, "What's that?" They wouldn't even know. They're like complete cowboys. They're like naturals. Like you've seen like a natural actor or natural singer. That's what these guys are. If you've ever been on the floor with them, they're literally just like, it's in their blood. They just get this stuff. It's crazy. Look, we're holding up very strong support here at let's say 1 cent. Okay, we've touched all the way down to 0.0085. looking at this right now, same like purple Bitcoin, short of something really positive entering the market. We're going there. These wicks are filling. And I did this box down to 0.0069, okay? Now, that's where I think we could hold, but that's not a technical bottom for this chart, okay? Your technical bottoms for me would be, you know, I'm talking like we're really breaking down here. It would be, depending on when we touch down, 0.005 or even 0.0046, okay? That would be we come and test some really low ranges. But I don't think we go lower than 0.00. I don't think we break 0.005-ish. But I think 0.0069 should hold on pDAI. I think you're going to have a lot of buyers step in there. But you got to look at the charts for what they are. And there are lower targets if we really break down. But remember, people, you're not the only one who's trying to add more to their bag. A lot of people are adding more to their bag with these. And pDAI may be front run the most, right? It has the most narrative behind it, the most excitement. So I certainly wouldn't be sitting around waiting to buy at 0.005 or whatever. It could happen though. Technically, it's in the cards that we got some holes down here. We got a lot of air down here. If things break down, it could go there. But as of now, I'm thinking where I put the bottom of this box, I'm confident that should hold 0.0069. You probably have a lot of buyers right there. It's also a nice number, right? 0.0069. So maybe psychologically that works out. That being said,
I think we have a bit of a change in the narrative on pDAI that people, you know, might have led to some price depreciation. And that's like those RH stakes of the HEX and the OA account means that they can no longer potentially be used to collateralize pDAI, which was one of the narratives that was being talked about. But he still has all the PulseX, and all the Pulse that was there is still there, and all the ETH in the SAC wallet is still in the SAC wallet. So if that, you know, if that's part of the narrative, it's, you know, I've heard some FUD around that specifically, but it doesn't take it off the table necessarily.
The original narrative was never that all of it was going to be done. It doesn't require even all of it at all, you know, math wise. Now I did have to think about that today, and I didn't get a chance to hear what other opinions are on it, but I did sit with that for a moment, and I was like, okay, well, yeah, that plan went out the window of any of that, but there's certainly a lot left still on the table. Yeah, there's the ETH, there's Pulse, there's a lot of other things here too. I'd be curious to see. I don't know. Has 9iron or Decentralized Me spoken about these yet?
I've not seen a comment directly from those guys. Let's check out Decentralized Me, see what he's got going on.
Yeah, that'd be good to know. Like, guys, this is normal. Did somebody? This is very normal. Sometimes, you know, we get upset about these drawdowns. These are called markdowns in price, okay? Things are being marked down. But sometimes they're gifts. They allow you to rearrange your portfolio, to find out what your strong performers are. They allow you to DCA in more. There's certainly assets I want to DCA into more of. Yeah, this gives me a chance to go back in time a little bit and go, cool, I do want to pick up this or that, because you see what's not falling apart. You see what holds that support and ranges. Sometimes when you're unsophisticated or you're new, you just see the price pulling back. When you've been doing this a little longer, you're seeing it pull back the same as you are, but I'm seeing it pull back to certain areas, and I see how strong it holds in those areas. And that tells me, oh, this is a very strong asset. This one's in high demand. People are more willing to step in at certain price ranges for this very quickly. You know what I mean? And these are all good indicators for you. These are good to tell you, okay, cool. I think I have, you know, a big paycheck coming in 2 weeks. I'm going to actually put more in this token now because I see how it held up the most versus something else that bled faster. All right. So these are great opportunities. And maybe this is a gift we're getting in this bull run if we do get a bit of a break here and we range for a few weeks. Okay. Because now maybe we're going to get a much longer bull run. And maybe that's good. Maybe it's good. I certainly think that if we had a left translated cycle and we had just, gone for all-time highs now. I mean, how much work could PulseChain really have done? And you know what I mean? I think maybe it's good we had this time.
Yeah, it's always good to have some accumulation, I guess.
No, also for the pump, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not just
exactly.
Yeah.
No, because you could later you can have like an extended pump outside. Yeah.
What is this? 6 weeks, March 24th, second phase of Trump's executive order. What's that? I don't know.
No idea.
I have no idea what that is.
No.
He has many executive orders. For Nezer. How do I say this? R for Nezer? Enzer. R for Enzer. What executive order? Longer is better. Yeah. Indicators don't work. Learn price action works way better long term. Think big is to zoom out. Agent 87. That's right. That's why I take a lot of heat on my channel because I don't use indicators. I just draw price action because that's how I've trained my eye. But I'm starting to use them a little more just to show you guys. But I generally don't. You guys have seen me on my channel. I look at a chart and I go off price action. That's what I do. I look at volume. I look at volume and prices. That's it. I'm not a technical trader, I guess. Except when I'm actually trading in and out. I guess I can be a little more technical when I'm opening and closing positions in a day. Does Richard stake the PX from 7 days to 5 days? He has some staked for 7 days, and then he has, what's the amount that he has staked for 1 week versus 5,555 days?
I think most of it's long term, right?
Is it?
I think so.
Is there any commentary on? I think Decentralized Me was doing some posting about
Guys,
that.
I gotta go. Sorry about that. I'll speak later.
Yeah, brother. Good seeing you, Pedro. Cheers.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop too,
Goodbye
guys.
today. Bye-bye.
We only had a little time today, but wanted to come support you.
It was good seeing you, Taurus.
Thanks, Taurus.
Tell Larry we said hello.
Nice
man.
hat. Looking sharp.
Oh yeah, thank you, sir. See y'all guys later.
You got it, brother. Cheers.
While I was out, did you chart Pulse wrapped BTC and pDAI?
Pulse wrapped BTC to pDAI. Yeah.
I don't know if there's new commentary on any of the, I don't know what's on the calendar or anything like that anymore.
pDAI.
pWBTC, I don't think there could really be anything on the calendar. Like there's no operational protocol behind it that'll do anything, but the speculation that it could reach parity is interesting.
Yeah, I thought that there was things happening on Maker. There's proposals. I know that got passed up. I saw that the one that had done a 555 Maker had launched something. I don't know. Like I haven't kept up with the news.
Oh, right. Yeah, there was some FUD around the supposed potentially RH 5555. The one that had 555p Maker and did a vote
Right.
on the DAO. It was selling pDAI, that particular account. But like the connection to RH was very tenuous, and 555p P Maker is only 0.055% of the actual supply. So it's like, it could have been anybody, I think, is the moral of the story.
Right. I don't know if 99 or Decentralized Me have made much other content. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on with that stuff.
I'll read.
I posted in the chat there. There's one interesting post from Decentralized Me where he goes over the collateralization of pDAI requirements. He seems to be on top of it, but I think mostly the narrative hasn't changed much. I don't think any recent activities have apart from the hex being staked, have changed the narrative behind pDAI. It would still, need help getting to $1 by something.
He says
some bigger wallet had moved pDAI into ink, and some suspected it was Rackham. I don't know. I really haven't paid attention, honestly.
Could be. I'm not tracking Rackham's wallets too much. We know why he's here. He's here to make money. That's fine.
Rackham. That sounds like a meme. Hold on. Let me launch something.
Hit it. Live on stream.
Yeah, Goldie, moon phases are awesome. Moon phases are rad. I don't know if the guys I know use stuff like that. Maybe they do. I never asked them. Maybe they do. Yeah, you can pull it up on the TradingView chart. It's cool. It does have some decent confluence for sure. So let me read this. This Decentralized Me just posted this today. Some have very short memories. It was only a few weeks ago that the final pieces required to keep pDAI pegged were put into place. External keeper bots were created to trigger vault liquidations and to arbitrage pDAI in liquidity pools to sell into Maker for $1 worth of collateral. RH pumped the PulseChain and PulseX OA bags to $32.2 billion in March of last year, then told us how he did it. At 24 billion pDAI, that puts us at 134% over collateralized. Okay. But Maker needs the demand within its system to have anything for those bots to sell or buy $1 worth of pDAI for. Conducting a manual debt auction of only 5 billion pDAI fills Maker with the collateral required, whilst bringing the system to 161% over collateralized. So,
gibberish to me, I don't understand.
So really quick. So when the PulseChain and PulseX OA bags had pumped to $32.2 billion in March of last year, right? Remember when we had that price pump and then we came back down again? So at that point, we were already with 24 billion pDAI. There's roughly a 23 point something billion pDAI, okay? That already had us at 134% over collateralized. Just at that pump we had last year. All right. Does everybody follow? And we can go look at that on the chart. Okay. So that was.
And he does say in this tweet, like PulseChain and PulseX. So he is probably taking into account that Hex is not on the table.
That was here. I think he's talking about this time when we had that big pump. And we hadn't even really broken. I mean, we broke SAC, but not for very long, right? So at this point, we were 134% over collateralized based on the amount of pDAI we have, which is just almost 24 billion pDAI. So does everybody follow that, right? But he says, but Maker needs the demand within its system to have anything for those bots to buy and sell $1 worth of pDAI for. Maker needs the demand within its system to have anything for those bots to buy and sell $1 worth of pDAI for. Conducting a manual debt auction of only 5 billion pDAI fills Maker with the collateral required, whilst bringing the system to 161% over collateralized. So what he's saying is Maker doesn't need even that full amount of that 32 billion OA bags. It needs any amount to create demand. Now, I don't know how the math works for PMaker in that. Maybe Fast Abdul, you can explain that better. But there obviously is some math it's using to figure out,
He's talking about the liquidation option on with DAI and the Maker protocol involves an auction process. It's not like the same kind of instant liquidation you see with a Liquidity fork.
Right.
And I think he's getting at that if I believe it requires 150% collateralization.
It's 150,
maintain the peg. So, but if there was a manual, so if you initiated an auction manually rather than automatically. So it's not because something fell below. So if you initiated an auction, you might be able to pump that collateral with 5 billion pDAI to make it happen. Basically, burning DAI out of existence, I suspect, reducing the total amount of DAI. Though don't quote me on that because I'm not an expert on the same level as he is in regards to DAI or MakerDAO. But I think that's what he's talking about, is making a manual auction when there wasn't a liquidation and burning a certain quantity of pDAI so you can reach the collateralization level without having full collateralization to begin with. But that being said, any auction or liquidation there would dump the underlying assets on the market. So I would be concerned that with PulseChain and PulseX as being discussed in this particular tweet, that those collateral items would at least partially end up on the market, which I think Richard would find undesirable. I'd see him more likely to do that with ETH, something that wasn't his ticker. But if there's a way to burn pDAI out of existence by conducting a liquidation auction, and it was another asset like ETH, and he was willing to make that sacrifice, that could be a thing.
Right.
So this stuff is deep. Like, it'll require, it would require me 6 to 8 hours to bite off as big a piece as decentralized me can here to fully understand this.
Yeah. So it starts working immediately, the point is. But to hold it, to keep it going, that's why you want to be extraordinarily over-collateralized, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, those who are amplifying the noise being intentionally created to shake people out into meme coins are the same people who have been shooting in the dark this entire time. The same people who suffered mass amnesia after the sacrifice phase. Keep your eyes open. It might not feel like it, but the tree being shaken straight after final pieces have been put in place is something to be excited about. I've thought a lot about this, with the meme coin play, and it's so fun. I didn't even read this tweet, but I've been a little bit under the weather the last couple of weeks. I've been in and out of bed, but literally, I did notice exactly what he's saying. I noticed that the people who are amplifying this noise are the same people who've been shooting in the dark this entire time. There are a lot of the same people who were not paying attention after the sacrifice. I did know, and suddenly, because I was talking about pDAI for a long time with a lot of people since I've been in the community, not in their face or anything, but I was always bringing it up in conversations or whenever I had, video streams with people. And it just wasn't on people's radar at all, really, for a very, very, very long time. And all of a sudden I noticed a lot of the same people are talking about the meme suddenly. So maybe this is a shakeout. I don't know. It could be. But I did think about that. It crossed my mind as well. Because it would make sense. There was a lot of certainty about about a pDAI peg happening, right? It makes sense to create a lot of that uncertainty now suddenly, right? It makes a lot of sense. You'd certainly want people to jeet their bags now than later, or at 10 cents, right?
Yeah, the math is better. That is true. Though I think if pDAI is going to make it, it's going to be a journey. I don't subscribe to the instant peg theory. I think it's I think we could see move steps. We'd have a 10-cent pDAI, 20-cent, 30-cent, 50-cent. And then, once we get into those higher ranges, not at the dollar, then that's when someone like RH could step in and be like, okay, this is going to cost this much, as he could peg it for much less if he has, if the price is much higher. And that could be what happens. Not financial advice.
So this was another post by Decentralize Me. There's a marketing campaign they had raised quite a bit of money for, if you guys remember that correctly, right? So what he says is the first month of 160 hours of professional marketing for PulseChain kicks off tomorrow. I was hoping to provide two options for everyone to vote on how the budget was allocated. The agency have spent a week debating the best strategy internally and have asked that we trust their plan for the first month. then analyze the results and vote on tweaks. I think this is sensible. The first month's objective are to, 1, launch a multi-channel user acquisition campaign to boost user engagement. And 2, define and refine the strategy. The streams are defined as 1, shilling, targeting ERC20 subcommunities across X, Discord, and Telegram. 2, influencer marketing aimed at mid-tier influencers with engaged ETH audiences. 3, social media management. Create engaging content to be used on a variety of platforms. And 4, paid ads on Instagram, Facebook, targeting ERC20 subcommunities and crypto curious with good income. And 5, analytics, setting up our analytics across the streams to track results. Wow, this is a huge campaign they got on their hands. So, congrats to everyone involved. It's gonna, whether or not you care about pDAI or not, it's gonna draw a lot of attention to PulseChain, and that's how I'm looking at this, right? I'll post results after the month is concluded. If we feel tweaks are required, we'll vote on some options. Yeah. Cool.
Honestly, like,
what do you guys
with
think?
This kind of
what do you guys
marketing
think?
Stuff, I don't think voting, it's nice that the community could vote, but like, Decentralized Me is a pro with this stuff.
Yeah.
And the company he's employed is professional. So
yeah,
their ideas will mostly just be better than our ideas.
I agree with
that. So if he wants to post like 3 or 4 ideas that he thinks are good and let us vote on them, then that's fine. But to take ideas from the masses on the best thing to do with the money is almost always wrong with this sort of thing.
Yeah. Decentralize Me. Just do it. We trust you. Just
take care of it, man.
You got
this.
You got this. Don't trust us. Don't trust the peanut gallery.
He could ask us, but just don't trust the peanut gallery. The 3 of us probably have okay ideas.
Fast Abdul just throwing chat under the bus.
Sorry, guys.
Chat just got thrown under the bus.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Surf and Coin. The rain is on. The rain is on. Let me know if you guys don't hear it. I have a crank though. Actually, it's pretty quiet. It's pretty faint.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the rain.
You're not hearing any rain?
No.
Oh shit! Do you guys hear music?
When I was listening to your channel as a spectator, I heard music, and then when I came into Zoom, I don't hear music. But I don't know if it's the same for chat.
Oh, now it should all be working.
Yeah, no music today. I thought that was what we're doing.
Ah, yeah. I think there's an audio glitch in this setup. No, it's been running this whole time. It's like blasting in my ears.
Oh man. Oh yeah, just you.
No music, no rain, nothing.
Nope.
Damn.
Not on here or when I turn the stream on my other computer.
But you can hear the audio of the system when I play, like the. Damn.
Just us talking.
Okay, now just.
Deerslayer says he hears the rain. Okay.
Now, okay, but it wasn't playing it before. It just started. I just reset. Okay.
I only hear voices. I still only hear voices. Nothing's changed since I entered the Zoom.
Really? All right. Maybe I go back to using the old version, or do you guys like this Zoom version a lot better?
I like it because I don't need the music, and the music's cool for like chill and just listen passively. But if I'm engaged, then I don't like to have background music.
Oh, okay. So this gives you more control. Okay. So
I like this a lot better. It's easier to, it's intuitive to understand for like, oh, I know how Zoom works, so I know how this works.
It says Gary's frozen. Yeah, this is the beta version. It's got some cool stuff, but I think it has little glitches too. Now it's all working. Okay.
I'm eating, so I'm not moving in camera.
But yeah, to figure out some sound, because the rain background I don't mind. I'm not that big on the music while we're having a big discussion. When you're just doing the charting and stuff, music's pretty cool. I do like the rain background though.
Yeah, some people say they don't want the music. Some people like the music. You guys can let me know. I can't work without music, so but maybe we can set it up where only I hear it. You hear both. Okay.
Okay, good.
I actually cannot.
But maybe the audience hears something different than what we hear in here.
Okay.
That's quite possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I actually cannot chart unless the rain is pouring, and that's how I started this show, just pouring rain and charts. And so there was the pants token, or no, there's this one. It's breaking out to all-time highs, ripping. All the Jeets are out. Let's see what the 5 minute looks like. Get a 5 minute? No, don't get a 5 minute here. And
There are
chat.
ways to go to the bottom of the curve.
Real Billionaire says I love the music. All right, I like the music too. Yeah, it's 28% there. Let's see what happens. Once again, chat, just to emphasize, I don't know who made this. I did not make it, so just so you know. This looks like a type of rising wedge. All right. Let's go back really quick. Let's just touch on those charts really quick. BTC. Hanging out. Like I said, I think we're just going to range for a while. I don't see much to worry about. I think we got a lot of exciting things happening on chain. I think this is a good time for us to really figure out what's going on with Hex, what's going on with incentive, what's the strategy moving forward. Maybe it's good we don't have to worry about the major cycle right now. I do think we got a lot to learn on chain. Good time to learn about farming. You see 2Fucks has become really competitive now, and decide liquidity providing. And let's wait. Do we just range, or do some of these break down slowly into lower ranges? It's fine. I don't see any big issues. I think this is normal part of a markdown. I mean, Ink looks very bullish. We're looking really good. A lot of things to be excited about right now. I mean, Hex is showing a lot of strength. We got a lot of work to do. Let me see something here. Let me just draw a major. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not going to bother.
We're not there yet.
We got a lot of work to do. Hey, buddy.
We have Breathe in the chat is asking about ICOSA.
And check out ICOSA? Okay.
The ticker is ICSA.
And he's right. Smash the like button.
Or else.
Let's go pulse really quick.
And FYI, when I turn on my turn off my sound on the one computer and turn it on the other computer, as a spectator, the music's coming through and the rain's coming through, and it's perfect.
Oh, but just not through this call.
Just not through this call.
Gotcha.
So we're just getting a different experience here, which is fine. I'll make do, as long as the public is happy. I'll sing a little song in my head. So there's ICOSA from Ethereum and then ICOSA on PulseChain. It's one of the only tokens that got copied over with full utility when the fork happened.
Which one should we look at?
Either or. They should be performing similarly. They're very, very bonded with Hex.
ICOSA was like up 75%, and then I think you looked at ICOSA on PulseChain, it was up like 52% or 51%.
There we go. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, 54% on the daily for pICOSA and 66 on the daily for eICOSA. There is, if they get high enough versus the price of Hex, there actually is an arbitrage point. And I think we're a ways away from that. eICOSA will be much closer than pICOSA. But I think it's a number like something like 60 hex per ICOSA actually will allow you to use the ICOSA protocol to mint Quattro Cinco stakes and then sell them to the protocol and sell the ICOSA for a profit and do it again. Millions and millions of hex was staked when this protocol launched because of that. I really liked it. So if good old Alex from Hedron comes out with a ICOSA V2 that can reactivate that level of arbitrage, fun will be had. Not fun for everybody, but my kind of fun. I enjoy long walks on the beach, arbitrage, and jiu-jitsu. It was a good time though. It was like I would go in and I'd buy like 1 million hex and then turn around and mint a 15-year stake and then immediately like as quick as I could press the button, sell it to the ICOSA contract and then sell that ICOSA back into hex and repeat and repeat and repeat. Some days I do like 10 million hex in a day or more. You know, as long as the arbitrage was there, and it would go up and down, but there was months where this carried on, and it did come back with eICOSA for a very short window a couple months ago when there was a spike there, but it hasn't hit again for pICOSA for quite a while. But it was a good way to take sell pressure off the hex ecosystem, right? And then those hex stakes, which are what they call HSIs, it's like they're basically locked inside an NFT, and those NFTs can be transferred to different wallets. They can be bought and sold on NFT marketplaces. So, you know, I think that's likely going to be a part of our ecosystem again. Is hex stakes that are locked into NFTs, and they can totally be redeemed when the stake is due. Like it's not like it's burned or something like that. It just allows them to be transferred to different wallets, allows a hex stake to be bought and sold in its entirety. So unlike Maximus DAO, where it's a tokenized hex stake, this is a hex stake that's movable and saleable in its entirety, right? So different protocol, but it's it is pretty awesome tech. And Alex is a really smart guy. He is a for real dev. He is not the show dev that they put up front. He's in the background doing something really weird that hardly anybody else understand. He's also talked about solving the eHex staking problem, like finding a way to stake eHex via PulseChain so you're not paying ETH fees, things like that. If anybody can do it, he can. I can think of a couple ways he might go about it, but he'll think of something better.
So I think we need to get above about 14 cents here to really get free of this range here, where most of this price action has happened.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, forget about all that. Just like, almost like, really, it's just this. I think this is what you got to worry about here. Is that 14 cents? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think this is where this is where you're in. This is what you're in right now. And you got to play in here. I don't know if you have the strength to pop out of here right now. I don't know if I see this necessarily coming up and doing it now. I guess it's connected to hex, right? Is that what you were saying?
Very much so.
Okay.
There's an arbitrage point. If you switch it to show the price per hex or price in hex,
yeah.
You know, that kind of tells the tale.
Okay, got you. So that really depends what these do over here, because I'm definitely seeing this move. Like, I guess that explains it, because I'm looking at this and I'm trying to understand. And then it also does look like the pHex chart, of course. It has like definitely some moves that remind me. But
yeah.
I don't know this asset at all whatsoever. So just a heads up, because it is doing some interesting kind of weird things. But it makes sense. It's like tied to hex and all that. This one's not. I can switch to maybe that chart. Yeah.
It's pretty heavy stuff. It'd be about a 2-hour stream to fully explain the ICOSA ecosystem.
Yeah, we'll do it one day. I'm curious, yeah. And if we have a lot of downtime, I'm happy to.
On, he's the best guy for this. He knows it inside and out.
Who?
Crypto Sloth.
Okay. Yeah, maybe, if we have time, I'm happy to do it at some point, I'm happy to.
Yeah. When there's an update, like if Alex does a V2, it's going to be talk of the town. So we want to stay on it.
So I mean, I see most of your action just in here, and I guess if it's tied to Hex, you're just curious if it's going to pop out. And if it pops up out of here and we get support, that's good. And if Hex is also getting stronger, I guess you're good. But for most of you guys, if this is tied to Hex, you shouldn't be that concerned about maybe the price chart on Icosa so much. You know, like you should be more concerned, I suppose, about the Hex price chart, especially if it's connected to it like it. Because I don't see this doing independent things per se, you know? Like it does look so much like even like the spike right here is crazy. Yeah. Like if you just showed me this chart and asked me like, oh, would you want to get to know this or trade it or what have you? Yeah, you know what's interesting? I don't know if I would get into it, you know, because it does seem like very, very unique in a lot of ways. I definitely see like they come up, it bleeds out, pumps up, bleeds out. We've kind of done a half thing, fell out, got bought up really quick, spiked again, kind of bleeding out.
This is the epitome of utility built on top of Hex, like as heavy a protocol as you can think of.
Yeah.
And there's another token, Hedron, that is attached to the concept of Icosa and to Hex that you can harvest from your Hex stakes for free. Like, so if you have Hex stakes and you're not harvesting free Hedron, you're doing it wrong.
Okay.
So, like
I got the Hedron. I think when I had a stake, I did that whole thing and got it. Yeah. I don't know what it is or what it does, but I did it. So I was like, okay.
So Hedron is what you use to bid in the auctions to buy the HSIs, which are the Hex stake NFTs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you sell to the ecosystem to get Icosa, right? So it's this crazy loop that's quite heavy, but it's super cool. Where everything is tied together. So it very much entices people to stake more Hex to get the free Hedron, which they can then use to buy already existing Hex stakes via the auction protocol, which is connected to Icosa, and you can stake Icosa single-sided staking by itself, and it pays you in Hedron as well. So there's multiple loops in the ecosystem, but it's very much utility driven. So it's not going to necessarily respond in the same way that other charts would that are just working off liquidity bonding, right? Like if those auctions start running, all this stuff will start pumping. If the price of Hedron pumps, which is separate from Icosa, the price of Icosa for sure would pump a lot, right? Like it's, all these coins are connected, Hex, Icosa, and Hedron. And there's a synergy where you kind of have to understand what's happening in that ecosystem to be able to work the chart beyond just the technical analysis, right?
So I guess the one thing you can see for sure is that when we popped it back here in May 2023, when you got above this range of about 13, let's just say it's called 13 cents. Okay, let's just call it 13 cents. When you get above this 13 cents area, 13, 14-ish cents, this should probably be like a range, actually. It's kind of like, oh, shit. It's not the line I want. Whenever you get above there, it got very bullish, okay? And then it couldn't hold it, and it broke down, okay, and fell. But it fought really hard up here. You see a beautiful W here. It wanted to go higher. You can see that, but there was no volume, no juice, nothing. It fell below, fell apart, made this beautiful W, broke up above. Again, very similar. Didn't put in the same effort it did before to stay above, and fell below. And once again, it didn't even put in even a fraction of the effort it did the first two times. So it's constantly weakening and falling below this kind of area, right? So 13, 14 cent-ish. So really you want to see it pop above there with a lot, and have a lot of power behind it. But it's tied to Hex. I have to learn more about it because it's definitely doing its own thing, and it's got some type of oscillation. It could be in a big cycle with Hex.
It's kind of the same thing we started the stream about, is just not that many people talk about it. Like, I don't see as many posts by Alex or, a lot of speculative energy around the use case of ICOSA. And I think all that can turn around and come back. So the chart is reflecting attention, plus it's reflecting complexity in some ways. You can mint. I have HSIs. I forgot, honestly, how to redeem them or what to do with them, but I have some. So it's kind of like not that much posting and not that much like content around it at the moment. Mm-hmm. Maybe when the arbitrage opportunity comes around, some people speak up, some people probably don't. So it just suffers from that, I think.
But see how we could have something like this coming, right? So you got a break of your trend, and we start moving out of this, right? And you start getting levels built on top of that, of this now. And once that happens, probably also means Hex is doing something. So like, you build a level above there where it was rejected this last point, and you start building some hammers moving out. Yeah, because you can see definitely this here. Maybe this is the start of something. Maybe it's about to shift its posture there. So that could be good. Let's come over here. We do need to see these two big Richard Hart memes. What's going on over here? This is going to be interesting.
Check the chat in a moment that I sent as a DM.
2 months Igor to figure out. Maybe I don't have time to figure out this bull cycle. It took you 2 months. Yeah, no. Ink just got.
We'll bring Slav on and he'll explain it in 40 minutes. But it's like it's.
Wait, what do you mean inflation?
You've got charts, you've got pictures. You need visual assistance to understand. If I just ramble it off, it'll go in one ear and out the other for sure.
Guys, they're just saying Ink got halved again. Link. What are they talking about?
Yeah, click the link in the DM. I DM'd a link. It's KR4ATH post. The Ink has halved again.
What do you mean halved again? Not just like having on random. It's just having randomly.
We're having halvenings on Ink every 6 hours.
What?
That seems to be the case. Yeah.
Is this
He's trying to shake people out of those farms.
Because the rewards are dumping out. So there's no point in being in the farm.
Yeah. Not if he had it again in like 24 hours. It's
So does that mean we're going to lose money if I don't close my farm? Or you're just not earning anything?
No. Yeah, you're just not earning as much, right?
Right.
You wouldn't worry about. You're still like.
The ratio is still the same.
There's a point where you might as well close your farm because you're not earning any fees in the V1 pools on PulseX that those farms are in, right? So that it would make there's a certain point you would just, even if you wanted to keep earning via LP providing, you would just move it to V2 just to earn more compounding on the tokens in the pool, right?
Okay.
So like let's.
Okay, I see the link. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, you put it in there. Gotcha. Okay, let me pull this up, pups. Oh man, this is like crazy. Switch this over.
I'm gonna take a look at the PulseX farms and see what they're paying right now. Well, some of them are paying crazy high, probably because people pulled liquidity and the Ink price pumped.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they don't look that terrible actually, because the ink price increased enough to increase the APR in some of the pools, even though there was a halving, unless this hasn't updated yet.
All right. Ink inflation has just been cut again by 10x. Farm, single-sided staking, pump, most, and Trump maybe just will have something to do with this. Inflation, 0.05 ink per second. It's been cut in half, not 10x. My mistake. You need help. Okay. Dev is cooking. Incredible. So this doesn't necessarily make it more rare. It just makes it harder to get right now.
Well, it does make it more rare. Like there's not as much ink coming out, right?
Right. Oh, so right.
Half as much as it was before he did this on a daily basis. New ink being created. The ink is definitively inflationary by nature, right? That's how it works. It gets created by the PulseX protocol. Mm-hmm. On day one, there would have been 0 ink in existence, right? It would have launched with 0 ink, and then every day there's more ink created, but now there's much less ink being created on the day.
Well, this is the De Beers thing also, right? So like control of the supply that comes into market, that is potential to come into market. So the only people that are earning new ink are in these V1 farms. But there have been accumulation for a long time that gives a value of the market cap. So you could say there's 55 million ink that exist. Nobody knows who owns 50 million of them. And then it just becomes, again, fuel for narrative. So there probably will be price performance of ink, the token, just from people speculating and saying, similar to the diamond story, maybe there's going to be marketing around why ink is unique, and then that just fuels rich people to say, I don't have enough. Just like diamonds. It will be interesting to see if this adds to this existing green candle on the ink. WP less.
It's starting to already. I can see it moving up.
See it?
Good. Well, that's what I was saying, ink. Yeah, it's very bullish. Is the target
that's 2 streams in a row that you've talked positively about ink, and then it's a direct correlation to the price. I think you're the new oracle on PulseChain.
Or RH is watching the stream and fucking with us. Also possible.
Also very possible. Very possible.
I bet you he's seen your streams. I bet you he knows who you are.
Nah, I doubt it, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Speaking of which, we need to get you on. There's something called PulseTube.com. We got to get you on there because you're not. It lists all the influencers, and you can search. And you're absent, and that's not okay.
I've never even heard of that. What is it called?
PulseTube.com.
PulseTube.com.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Never heard of it.
Oh, no, I might have it wrong. Hold on. PulseTube.
We are kind of in the fringe of PulseChain. We're on the fringe.
A lot of people on the fringe here.
Yeah, we got a couple people out here on the fringes. A couple people.
Yeah, it's PulseTube. ThePulseTube.com. There we go.
ThePulseTube.com. What is it? Sounds cool. The PulseTube.
It is cool. It's a good tool for people to use. It's the PulseTube.
That's what I put.
ThePulseTube.com. Yeah, I'm seeing it on my screen.
Oh,
there we go. Make sure you read that. There we go.
Oh, I've never even heard of this.
Yeah. So like in that box on the top, just search Fast Abdul.
Well, let me just scroll over one second.
We'll pull up all the streams that I've been in. Like we'll pop up.
Oh wow. Oh cool, man. Oh, they even have like known scammers in
You'll
here.
pop up too. But.
Yeah. And do people pay to get on here or something?
No, not at all. No, this is free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we just have to get it on there. So I searched you the other day, and you pop up too, but you only pop up on the streams you were in that other people were hosting, who are, you know, other influencers, right? But you deserve your own section.
1K agree. RH really wants people to remove their LP. I guess I'll remove my LP. So what would removing our LP do for RH with incentive? Internet's going really slow right now. I apologize. Let me close some stuff out here. Maybe I got too much stuff open.
I think it's a little slow on the searches, that one. Well, removing LP will make it easier to pump the price of things, for one, right?
Okay.
Like if you actually pull your LP, so you're no longer providing LP in any form, then if he wanted to pump the price, it'll be much easier than it would have been before. So that's one effect. The other effect is obviously it's increased the price of the ink token, largely on speculation.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to see where that goes. But the big thing is, like, yeah, if there's less LP and he decides to drop in $10 million or some other entity does, the price will pump a lot more than if all the LP was still there. So he may be trying to shake people out of the farms as possible.
Gotcha. Oh, look at that. Fast Abdul. There you are.
Yeah, there's like 80 videos there, right?
How interesting.
So, yeah, we need to. And you're on here too, but you only come up with like 4, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. So we have to get you listed as like as a channel, and then all your videos will come up.
Well, maybe they don't list new influencers on here. I'm pretty new.
Well, I think we just need to tap them on the shoulder. I think you
buddies.
qualify.
Hey guys. Hey.
I know a guy. We'll work it out.
Saint Nate on PulseTube.
Because he does mostly lives instead of like posting videos. Is it?
I used to make videos too.
Yeah.
I will. I'll use this time here to make some more videos again.
These are mostly live videos. We got DG in the chat, that body mechanic, and he says he'll message them now and it'll be done by tomorrow. So DG knows people too.
DJ knows people. Body mechanic. He knows some people. Hey, I know a guy.
Yeah.
I know a guy who knows
be nice
a guy.
To him. He'll tune you up.
He's gonna tune me up.
He's for real.
All right, right on. Make him an offer they can't refuse. All right.
There we go.
Make him an offer. Yeah, this site's a little slow. What's going on? I typed in Saint. Let's see what happens. Yeah. We're doing. Somebody was asking. We want to see. Yeah, we looked at everything. Let's look again over here. A pretty strong rejection. Look, a lot of good things happening over here. I mean, this is pretty amazing. This is a pretty serious hammer we got here. This is very bullish on incentive. Okay, that's it's a hammer, inverse head and shoulders. It's everything bullish. Target for this is about 360. I think 370 ish.
When I 322. Just jumped to 322.
Yeah. Target is about. I think I said 360, 370 ish for this. For whatever this is, inverse head and shoulders ish. Yeah, I'll take that. It's not perfect, but it is what it is. It's very bullish, and I guess RH isn't helping with that. He's certainly making it more bullish. Dev dumped Saint Wolf token and it pumped. Oh yeah, let's go look. The dev dumped it and it pumped. Nice. We got the Jeets out.
Good.
You always got to get the Jeets out. It's good to do that with your live streams too. You know, get the Jeets out early. Where did you guys? Where were we? Man, this is crazy. The incentive token.
I'm seeing 329 now.
Oh yeah, look at that. Dev got out. Now it can pump.
Yeah.
Now it can pump. There we go. There we go. Pump away. Damn, this is amazing.
Best if there's as many holders as possible, right?
So most, I'm still gonna stick to my original TA. Is it saved somewhere? I know I had charted this somewhere, but it's missing. That's fine. But unless a certain somebody comes in and does something about it, which could happen anytime. It's hard to chart some of these, okay? You got to remember that there's somebody who owns a huge percentage of supply, right? So it's not easy to chart these because when someone has 80% of the supply, it can kind of do what it wants when it wants to do it, right? But really that's where it needs to go to be good structure, to kind of just, that's where it needs to go. It doesn't mean it has to go there. All right. It doesn't mean it has to go there, but there's a lot of air. It'd be nice to clear this. And to be honest, even down to there is fair game as far as I'm concerned. So if it moves in the natural, it's going to go into my box. Okay. If somebody decides to pump it, you can forget that. Let's go look at pump 2 really quick.
Ink just hit 333. People are starting to sell some.
Let's go. Let's buy it. Let's get in that green candle. Come on. No, but seriously though, we don't know how high this could go. Who knows? It's been down so long. This could pump to $10 for all we know. Like, who knows, right?
It's been like $40 before. It could be $40 again, right?
Yeah, you have to.
Green candles is dangerous. We all know this. Well, as we do.
You've broken a major resistance here at about 320. Okay, the next one is 425. You'll probably have to come back before then for sure. But look, to be honest, there's hardly any trading activity above $4.20. Once you pass 420, yeah, there's a little bit here to contend with. Oh, you guys can't even.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
you guys can't. Now there is obviously this area to contend with here. Okay, but you see my ranges are between. I have a purple line at $4.20 at one at $10. This is not that much of a problem between 420 and $10. Okay, we'll definitely range, but once you cross 420, it's going to start slicing through, and once you cross $10, pups, it's almost as good as blue sky territory. I mean, there's nothing. This is nothing. All right.
It's in the top of its support range right now, right? Like there's heavy support at the current price.
Yeah, there's a lot of support below you. A lot of support below you. We're past at $3.20 there, $3.10. Let's just say, okay, let's say $3. Tons of support. You're above all that. And what I'm saying to you is there's not a whole lot between now and 420. And once you pass 420, guys, that's it. This is not very dense stuff right here. Okay, neither is this right here. You have a few stops, and once you pass $10, $20, it's gonna be like a lift off, man. It's gonna be crazy. Well, who knows? Let's see what happens. We don't know what's gonna happen. This is getting exciting though. It's getting exciting. We were looking at pump. We looked at pump. Let's go look at pump really quick. I think pump's gonna probably move like most. Pump broke down for that. Let's see. Pump is pump could actually go from here. I would be okay with that, but at the same time, I think chat knows which one I got. I only bought one of them. I didn't buy both. I know some people bought most and pump. I picked one. And I'm kind of just sticking with the one I got. What about you? Did you get one of these?
I didn't do either of them. To tell you the truth, I was in Panama when this thing came out.
Oh,
right?
that's right.
So
You're missing out.
I got home and I was like, what the hell? What's all this stuff? RH launched 19 new tokens? What's going on? So I felt like I was a little late to the party.
You'd launched pump.
I do feel the FOMO.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well,
but I'm happy with my core token positions, so that I, like Hex and Pulse and Pulse X, etc. So no problem there.
I mean, this could certainly come down some more too, if this is all weakening. But I mean, actually, the pump one looks stronger, But we've already touched the top of that. Looks pretty good. I mean, we could always come down, of course. I'm not going to say we're not. What the fuck is it? Okay, let's go ahead and drive. Yeah, bro. Let me look at that. Let me see something here. Oof. Get it there. It's pretty weak. I don't know. It could go either way. I think if we do get, if we get a retest of the lows, it's definitely possible. I'm just going to put a line where I think it could retest. But if I was interested in this, I wouldn't wait for this, because this could actually start moving up as well. But it's, you can always come back down and touch one of these random spots. Like, see, I put this down here. Oh, wait, did I put a purple line down here? Oh, did I just do that? Wait, where did I just?
You do it.
Oh, I put one there. Oh, I had charted a line. Oh, shit, I did do something down there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be crazy if we came that low. Yeah, it's possible. It's a tough call on this. It's a tough call. These are his babies. I don't know what it's going to do, man. These are his babies. Maybe we just range. Maybe we come down. You could get lower prices, but this is a $23 million market cap on pump tires, which obviously the Heartman is going to make one of the casinos. You got your PulseX, and then you got your DGen casino pump tires. I don't think it's going anywhere. It's a Richard Hart brand, Richard Hart token, $23 million market cap. I'm a buyer here. I mean, you can keep your eye on it and look for some of these low. Obviously, there's possibility you come down here to 0.007 cents, 007, or 1 cent. It's possible, but I'd be DCA, man. These are good projects. Most is good too. I just chose Pump. I like Pump because it's also the DGen casino. I kind of feel like I'm like in one of his. I own one of his like Harrah's or whatever Las Vegas Strip casino right here.
It's definitely a DGen casino.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, so that's why I like it. And then Most is cool too because it's the most wanted, but he's not always going to be the most wanted, so that might fade away. Like, what happens when he's not most wanted anymore?
I think it'll fly. Like the moment the case gets dismissed, right? Like,
It could still fly. Yeah. No, it's unpredictable. We don't know because he's also incentivized to make these do well too. He's a big holder of both of them. So, but I chose Pump Tires because I actually like the site Pump Tires a lot, and that's just the one I picked. There's not much science to it. Who knows which one will do better? Most just got sold off in a big chunk. Most got. Oh, let's see. We were just looking at that. You mean between now when I looked at it and? Oh, is that because I drew a line on the chart? Fuck.
Ink is at 340.
Oh shit. There's no way anybody's watching this stream. Who the fuck? I just put the purple box and it's selling off. Ink. I think, yeah. Target for that move is 368. I think. I can draw it again. Let me double check. But
okay.
It's going to.
Not far from that.
Yeah. Let me double check where that target is for this breakout.
Does that impact any of the liquidity other sides? I think I saw Superhex win in your chat ask that question.
Oh, I missed it. I know there was a lot of chats. I missed them. What did he ask?
You're just saying, Ink is paired to other things that are still in the farms, V1, V2, and other dexes. Does it rising pull up the other things?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Art's law applies.
I'm seeing
370
8% or something on the day for a lot of the core, 19 to 20%.
So this is going to take us up to about 370. Let's put that there. What interesting thing we can do is if that does that, we can probably, where did it break from? $1.20.
About there.
So if we get up there, yeah, probably expect to pull back to 250, but we got a juicy hole. Yeah, I could see it pulling back down to $2 again. So remember, Inc., the whole thing about it is volatility, right? So we'll probably get a nice jump pump here. We'll get a nice, drawdown again to reclaim some of this. And, maybe it'll come back down to, let's say, got a lot of support around $2-ish. And then hopefully we just keep making higher lows from there on out. But it's unpredictable. We don't know. For all we know, it could just keep blasting off. It's been down so long, and what he's doing to it, it's making it really unpredictable. Green candle junkies? Yeah, chasing those green candles. Damn. I almost want to stay on stream now. It's like Most is coming down. Most is at 81 million. Look at that. I do think Most has a lot more downside than Pump does right now, only because it pumped the hardest, right? It pumped about 3 times harder than Pump did. Most pumped 3 times harder than the token called Pump. So it may have a little bit more work to do going to the downside.
I'm going to make some farms for these, I think. They don't have any farms.
Hidden Whale Cabal is watching.
Yeah.
Whales, listen, Cabal, you guys need to jeet the stream. We need to get some whales out of here. Super X, we got whales. We got too many whales in the chat. I remember Richard saying something about pumping ink being more efficient or something. Can't find the tweet. It was posted back when the OA wallets were making big buys months and months back. So about pumping ink being more efficient. Well, he did clearly say that it was leverage on Pulse and PulseX. Is that what you mean? That one I remember. Yeah, see if you can find it. We'll pull it up. Hardwood Dog would be interesting with Most. When Trump get elected, Trump coins dump. However, they were Trump coins, not Trump. Most is an RH coin. Yeah, Most and Pump. Well, they're all RH coins. Bought it and rugged it proper. Thanks for the heads up, sir. Most got sold. Yeah, we're watching it. Most is coming down here. But no big deal. I have this box here. I do think it does need to come in here for sure. I do have a lower target here, 0.009 on Most. Now that I look closer, that I must have charted this way in the early days of it. Oh, yeah. This must have been right out of the breakout. And somewhere in here will get filled for sure. We'll see. Let's go look at... everything's bleeding out to ink right now. Oh, no, Pulse is pumping too. Look at that. Look, ink is going to pump. It's going to pull up. Sorry,
Ink doesn't have that much liquidity compared to a lot of things, but will be very bonded with Pulse, that's for sure.
Yeah, what were you saying? What were you saying a couple minutes ago?
But what?
I don't remember. Was it about that tweet you were mentioning something?
No, you were talking about Super Hex. He was going to look up Richard's tweet.
Richard's tweet. Okay.
When you Abdul, when you said not much liquidity, it shows all the liquidity is bonded to of other cores, so it shows 25 million in liquidity.
Oh yeah, it's not that much liquidity compared to Pulse by itself, but yeah, it's still it's
but
still
just routes. Yeah, routes.
Yeah. But the price of ink will pull up other assets. I agree with that. No posts from RH about the new events yet.
He'll post at 362. And then people will dump.
Maybe he'll post he's going to do this once every 2 days. So we don't know.
What is this amount ratio of the first hex staking, which was 7-day duration versus the more recent lot of hex at 5555. When's that expire? Like 2 more days, 3 more days or something?
I think it's 3 days. The first one expires. And honestly, I don't know the ratios. I haven't done a deep dive on the OA wallet recently.
Damn, that's a pump.
Relatively small.
Look at that pump.
I think it's mostly Cuatro Cinco stakes though, like 15-year stakes, like the more recent stakes that he did. So that says something. Just not sure what it is.
Without knowing the strategy, what's a trader look at when they see a spike up in a price like that? Do they what percentage of their bag do they say, I'm gonna take some profit and watch the chart go down and then up again? Like, how do you decide your ratio of what you put, your trading bag versus your long hold bag?
I have okay, so, well, I mean, that's experience and risk and a lot of things, right? If you were in this trade, what would you do?
Well, I mean, if you're trying to say, hey, I want to play the long game, but this is obviously reaction to someone noticing and then retweeting that the inflation rate has cut. So it's a news event that's triggering this action, most likely. And then that's human emotion. That's right. FOMO emotion. So where do you say, here's the percentage of my existing ink bag I'm willing to give up at this price point, and then if you are going to rebuy on some fib, right? I'm just asking your ratios.
So it's tough because our community is not that big, and I'm starting to realize the things I say, I mean, some people will like what I'm going to say and some won't like what I'm going to say because I'll be giving away like really good strategy. Right now you're hitting my first target, so this is 368. My next target's right here at 420. So for example, obviously this would be this would be a type of sell the news event, but you don't really understand the strategy he has in place or what he's about to do as well, right? So that's why you're in a trickier situation. And that's why also he's got to create the chain in a certain way that he does attract more sophisticated investors, because they do get uneasy if they know someone has, let's say, 80% of the supply. Like, we may not care, but other people might care about those things, right? Because now it makes it hard for me to strategize and predict what could happen versus something that's more spread out, not necessarily decentralized, but it's spread out, even, whatever, the playing field, right? Where it's just player versus, other people, right? So you're never going to be able to outthink what he's going to do, because no matter what you think of, he could just do what he wants, right? Because he has bigger levers that he can pull in this situation, right? But generally, you would probably pull out of this slowly. But in a situation like this with, a Heartman project, we don't know like what his thinking is right now. Like, how high does he want to pump it, right? Personally,
I'm looking at Dex Screener and I'm watching like the trades, how many are above a couple thousand versus, a bunch of bot stuff of $20. So it's interesting just to see the volatility and the volume. And again, this feeds into the narrative about like, where does PulseChain rank on this marketing of how much volume trades on the whole chain? Right now it's at 24-hour volume of 72 million. At least that's what Dex Screener shows.
Yeah.
So, these, again, if the community catches on and starts marketing these characteristics and they stay somewhat consistent, then it could really take the noise out of Ethereum performance versus other chains like ours.
As a trader, you wouldn't buy. You're like, somebody just bought 440K of ink. Okay, and let me just tell you, like, okay, fine. You guys don't want to cheat the stream, fine. So I'll just tell you what's going on. It's getting late. We just got to spill it. If you're listening at this point, great. So where you would make your buy would be the break of 420 right here, which is a purple line I drew and a retest, right? So you just kind of look for this here, because it's a trade. I have an ink bag and I have an ink trading bag, by the way. Just like so, you'd get a break of here, you'd get a retest, and then you'd buy in this area. Okay, you'd wait for this retest, because if you look at what's going on here, it would make a lot of sense for a market maker to want to bring ink down again, because I have lower targets here, and it doesn't make sense to ride it out without testing the market here. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. Even if your goal was to get it up to $10 pretty soon, why would you waste this opportunity? Like, literally, you haven't tested these ranges, to see where people would sell and buy. Because sometimes we think that, oh, people are going to buy so much at a lower price. Okay, sure, some people will, but there are some people that will sell at that price too. And the market needs to find out who's who and where everybody is. It's natural letting people on the bus, off the bus. That's why I don't buy charts up and to the right. Like I don't, it doesn't make sense to me. A good market lets people on and off. And you can see it's been doing this consistently. And you've got these ranges down here. It doesn't have to come down here. This could have been this bottom. But looking at how it's been in this kind of thing, it would be obviously, especially you see these big orders coming in now, it would be really market maker or just healthy to reverse it as we touch one. Don't let the 420 break. Just absolutely smash the brakes, reverse this fucker, and literally pull it below here to like $1.15, and then before you reverse it again. Like that would be that.
Yeah, I'm saying big buys in and out at 392, 398.
Yeah. Like, look, you smashed 270, no retest. You smashed 369. What did I have this at? 370, no retest. What's going to happen here? If you get up here and you get a retest, I mean, you'd probably want to really make a strong buy there if you're trading it. Maybe some people expect that's what's going to happen. But just looking at this range right here, I don't know why you'd waste this opportunity. You know what I mean? So maybe it does smack back down again. Maybe not. Maybe this is the big breakout. But if you were a trader, you probably would buy the break and retest of 420-ish, 425-ish, whatever this. You have to get in down to the pip and start, looking at it. You got wicks down here to about 4. Yeah, you'd have to figure out where that actual strongest support was there. But you're going to look for the retest. So wherever that retest lands, if the retest lands at 413, that's your support, right? If it lands at 319, and you need to look at volume and to understand if that's your retest, and that would be your 400K position probably. But with a powerful market maker, he could he could wait for people to retest to reverse it then too, like so. But that would be your smartest play. You wouldn't buy here, like any of these places for sure. Technically, in the normal, right? I mean, crypto is different, and then a Heartman project is also very different. But
I'm blaming your stream because when I came into the stream, I think ink was like 305. So it's totally correlated. And I think you have a market maker team in the other room.
Could be. I still think RH is watching us right now, and he's just like, yeah, now's the time. Let's fuck with these guys.
That's why I can't even say anything, because what if there is a big player, a market maker watching it, and he's like, all right, now we're going to do this. But look, I have a scrolling banner at the bottom of every one of my live streams that has incentive on ink token written on it. So I'm pretty bullish in ink. 407 dude is already in profit. Of course he is. Well, he's buying the green candle. Let's see when that reverses. Let's see if there's any breaks. Yeah, look, any other trader would probably start to sell into some of these and into this candle.
Yeah, it's only sells right now. Well, somebody just bought $100,000 worth, so they're just selling. Only bought $100,000 worth, a minute ago, and then it's all red after people trying to sell out. It's 404 on Deck Screener, $4.04.
Sales coming in now on the 1 minute chart, degens.
1 minute. I was looking at 1 second. Let me degen it even more.
1 second. Wow. That is degen.
4.06. And it's all St. Wolf. If you're not watching St. Wolf, you're definitely going to miss the trade.
Yeah, I can't see what you're doing with the other hand there, St. Wolf. I assume you're trading it back and forth.
It's going to blast my 420. No, there's no reason to remove it. It's great, bro.
420 is foretold, just like Elon said, right? 420 is
it's going. I've had this 420 on my chart forever. It's an important line. So if we break that, great. See, that's when a lot of Well, maybe the market maker knows bigger players will pop in and grab that retest, right? Or grab this for that upside. Has Incentive made a move like this before?
Nothing.
Early
nothing.
on it did, but
It's just 25% in a few hours. That's a pretty big jump.
Nothing like. What time is it? Fucking A, man. Why after hour streams really become after hours? Multiple whales are pushing it. That could be
9 p.m. Not even 9 p.m. Central Time. So there's still buyers in the U.S. that are awake and watching.
Well, isn't this Finland time? What time is it in Finland?
It's my time. I think he's on my time. I think it's 3:45 in Finland. I'm on Warsaw time. I think Finland's on Warsaw time too, right?
Feel like maybe RH isn't in Finland right now. I could be wrong.
No, I think he's in Miami, the place he always says he hates. He probably sits right where people wouldn't expect him to be.
Nah, maybe.
Holy crap! It's like 4 a.m. for you, almost 5 a.m. for you, Wolf. That's crazy.
Yeah, brother. 3:45, man.
It is after hours.
I keep saying I'm going to get on in 45 minutes, update really quick, and get off. It's always like 4 hours later.
Man.
But every time it's like, because I was sick too, I was like, I'm just going to get on.
Pull up that tweet. What was that old tweet that I made about ink? And then you responded to my tweet and said, we'll talk about it on the next stream. What was that?
Oh, yeah. You had posted a thing. I think we did cover it last time we were on, though, didn't we?
No, I don't think you've streamed since I made that. Let me find it.
Okay.
It was my speculation page.
Damn.
I'm putting it into the thing, into the chat thing, whatever, this link.
RH is at Mar-a-Lago. 5:47 in Russia.
Mar-a-Lago time. Yes, of course. This is Mar-a-Lago trading time right now.
Went from $6.50 to $10 previously in one candle. Okay, let's go back. This is going to be back here.
Yeah, it's 4 on deck screener. It's 4. It was 410 a minute ago. 409.
Yeah, 409. Up 47% on the 24-hour. It's not bad.
Yeah. And it pulls other things.
Yep.
I was trying to watch the stats on the bridge, as far as these things are valued differently, EHAX and ETH and so forth, but I try to pay attention to the stables that are on. I haven't seen much movement in the chain, but again, advertisement does more wonders than anything.
It does. I think we're going to see some influencers coming back who haven't been around for a while in the PulseChain community, and we're probably going to see some influencers that have previously dissed Hex and PulseChain, etc. They're going to start talking about it. People will like these green candles.
Did St. Hex go? Where's he at? He's still there? Oh yeah, he's charting. He's cooking.
What's it at? It's 406.
Pulse is up 14% today. Which is a big deal.
Let's go over here really quick. Let's see. Gary Woods has said, speculation, Inc. may go above $50 before end of year, pulling more coins into PulseX V1 farms. PulseX only deflates in supply. Near 7% of user supply is burned away so far. The burn rate on Pulse has increased with the addition of the new JPEG mill platform. You're talking about pump tires.
Pump fire.
Yeah. Will this strategy make PulseChain deflationary for longer? What will validators do if value of Pulse increases? Unlike Ethereum, luckily, PulseChain does not have to tariff L2s or deal with politics of renegotiating with vendors to increase their wholesale rates. Sorry, Vitalik. Cores migrating to farms could remove sell pressure on those same cores. As zinc prices go up, more holders will sell out of their position, possibly with less of a future chance to reaccumulate. farming is now giving 10x lower yield of ink. If ink price does a 50x or more over the next 6 to 12 months, that means that 100,000 bought today and put into a PulseX farm gives 4,000 a month in ink. In a year, that would be 48K or 48% APY. Maybe there will never be a utility function for ink like the testnet days. Maybe one day there will be. No one knows, and the market decides price of that forecast. It will be interesting to see how ink price performs for the rest of the year. Will this decrease in incentive token inflation result in a sell-off? Will it increase ink buy pressure, accumulation, holding? I'd like to hear your friend Somi Samuel vision and your thoughts on this hypothetical outcome. That's right.
APY of days gone by. That APY no longer exists on my picture.
Oh yeah, we talk about it. We didn't talk about it, and now the price is pumping. Oh, we met up that day you posted it too. We forgot to bring it up, right?
No, I think this was posted after your last stream, at least the last one I was on with you.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I got ill again. That's why.
I posted this after you said that you were bullish on ink across the bottom of every one of your streams. I decided I was bullish as well and made a speculative post.
Nice. Ink may go above $50 before end of year. Only deflates.
I was just saying that the whales that have a lot of the liquidity, because there's, at least as far as numbers of these different core pairs, plus the 60 million or so of stables in the V1 farm, it's a lot of liquidity that had been there. And you cut it the first time to be 1 ink per second, and then now at 0.1 ink per second, it does trigger that FOMO, because you didn't have to lose your PLS or your PLSX position, or if you believe in Hex and you wanted a higher APY and you paired PulseChain Hex with PLS, you had a higher APY in ink, and you could just sell that token. You could hold that token if you believe there's something to use for it, or you could sell that token and basically still hold your position, in a lot of ways. It's unlike PLS and validators. You're selling the token that you're earning. You're selling something else. You're selling, and again, psychologically, you sacrificed on a PLSX pair, at least, you sacrificed maybe for both. So why would you want to get rid of those at under what your perceived sacrifice price was? So you've had 2 years basically to sell ink, feel like you've, held your position waiting for White Swan or whatever. And now you don't have that dump pressure potential of just selling the ink yield. It really is a lot reduced. And then that kind of shifts your psychology, I would think, to say, oh, fuck, I don't have 100,000 or 1 million or whatever of ink that I've accumulated over 2 years. Now I've got to buy instead of sell. It's just a shift in narrative.
Fast. Do it.
What are we doing?
That's what it's like, man. After hours, when you pass the 3 hour mark.
Totally. That's all that matters.
Now we're passing the 4 hour mark. So.
Yeah, my utility is decreasing as the ink price rises.
He's becoming a meme. He's becoming a meme on stream. No longer is there utility to the Fast Abdul bribe. It is all about the meme.
Yeah.
Pup, smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're going over 4 hours here. You know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. Fast Abdul is saying he can't hang. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna become a meme coiner like you guys after 4 hours. Let's buy some poo tokens and pump the price, dick with butt to the moon. All that stuff.
The price rolled over on ink. I see it's at 375 now. So there's a lot of volatility.
Okay, let's go look. Let's go look really quick. See what's going on. We'll come back. Oops, how do I get rid of this guy? Okay, go ahead. Okay, it's gonna come. It's pulling back to that line ahead at 370. It's wicked all the way up there. Let me see something. Yeah, I mean, it reminds me a lot of this move, doesn't it? Look at this hammer and see that? And see how, like, the pullback. So let's see. Yeah, this can't. We're definitely gonna pull back to 3 for sure. It's 270. 22. It was 15 minutes. Oof. Look, people got a lot of profits, right? People are probably rotating from other parts of the ecosystem into here. There's probably people who made 100,000 just on, you know, pump or most or whatever, right? One of these. Yeah, let's see what happens. It's pulling back to that purple line right there. There's a lot. There should be a little bit of support there, but let's see what happens. So we fall through there. Definitely interesting.
Brian WT/ in the chat says no one is talking about pDAI or Teddy. I would say that in times like this, Brian, where something like Inc. being pumped by RH, when there's news like this, it's really hard to talk about anything else.
That's true. That's true.
It's not the right time to do a big media push on another token, right? RH has the stage today, guys. It's his. I would not release a new token or a new protocol today. Maybe tomorrow.
Have you heard of this platform called Pump.tire? It's a new token every 3 seconds.
I think it's a scam. I'm not sure. Where did it come from? Who made it?
Somebody wanted it to be.
Yeah, I think that one was hard on the Hexkins, you know, like RH launches a meme coin launcher. That's you know, hard for some people to get their mind around. But the fact that it burns Pulse, this is a net benefit to all, in my opinion.
Everybody can find a silver lining when they want to. That's the point.
So,
when you want to find the silver lining, you will find the silver lining.
Yep. But it's burned like $450,000 worth of Pulse or something so far, right? To me, that's a fairly serious silver lining. I don't know if it's going to continue at that rate, but if it makes Pulse deflationary, that's a win. Was it you, Gary, or was it Crispy who said about what if suddenly 45,000 new validators popped up to reduce the validator inflation on Pulse? Right. That's really coming home now that we've seen this, you know, in a very short time frame, with Inc. being reduced in inflation, with Pulse, with Hex being reduced in inflation. And yeah, maybe Pulse is next. That would kind of follow suit.
Yeah, that would be, again, I don't know if I want to speak it into existence, but Inc. As an inflation award is obviously 1/100th of what it was last week, right? 1/100th. And at least at the moment, 10x less Hex potential as far as a staking narrative to stake. And the only other thing that remains is, as far as inflation award, is PulseChain as a validator. And then, like you said, there's 3 different platforms that you don't have to actually be running a server, or maybe run the same risk as slashing risk being a validator. Yeah, I would not be surprised if more validators come online, which is just basically rotation of the existing people that were earning off of Inc. or they were earning off of Hex before.
Yep. That, or what if RH launches 50,000 validators himself, right? Like the like the OA wallet launches validators. Right. That would be like more of a signal than if a bunch of just separate whales, if Rackham launches more validators, You know, like it's not, doesn't have the same message attached to it, right?
That's true, at least as far as what was the history when it was originally bootstrapped, and then those awards, validator award, as well as the initial 32 million PLS per validator, I think it was burned, or wasn't it something along those lines where there was actually no, again, maybe that was for legal reasons as well, that the initial validators were assumed to be OA or the dev team. And then when they exited, and basically the community had enough validators that were decentralized and they exited, there was no profit. There was like, I think there was a burn mechanism to that or something like that, right?
They burned the yield or something like that. Could have been. I honestly, I
burned the yield plus the validator 32 million each.
Oh,
like,
really? Okay.
There was a, you know, the chain analysis guys and Dipcatcher and all these other people that were looking at it back in the beginnings of PulseChain. It was assumed that that was also a SEC kind of make sure that they can't say that there was some kind of profit or whatever on the bootstrap.
Well, that would be even more bullish if the OA account did that now, given the past history. Like, it would kind of imply that maybe these will be burned, right? In the future, right? Or if even if it burned the yield from the validators for an extended period of time,
right?
That would be a thing.
Yeah, that's part of the narrative of De Beers controlling the volcano, you know, cores, because they know that's where the diamonds are, and then whatever actually comes to be cut and become a diamond is still held back from the market in a cartel kind of, like OPEC, you know, controlling how much gets released.
Fair enough.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
Grayscale Cardano?
Yeah.
Cardano ETF?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that oh damn, there's another jet crash. Small airport though. Trying to find what's tomorrow is February 12th.
11th.
We're 11th.
Oh yeah, it's already 11th. Yeah.
Well, in the United States, we're 11th.
You're 10th right now.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So 11th. Okay.
It's 10th at Eastern time. It's like 11 p.m.
So, and then what happens on Wednesday? Are you having is an FOMC meeting?
Wednesday is poker night.
I don't know. I don't keep track of it.
Or there's some big reports coming out on Wednesday, right?
From who? From the SEC?
From the Fed, right?
The Fed? Let me check.
Hang on a minute. I'll look up the FOMC calendar.
It's not. February 12th.
Fed meeting calendars is January 20th and 29th is FOMC. March 18th and 19th is FOMC. At least that's what it says on their Fed website.
What's happening?
There might be some other job report thing or something.
Maybe CPI or something.
Yeah.
2025. Schedule of releases for CPI.
Oh yeah, there it is. CPI. It's CPI. February 12th.
February 12th is CPI.
Okay.
We expect that to be bullish or bearish?
I think that well, are they lying or not? I think it's going to be coming down. I think that Musk was right a couple years ago when he was saying, you know, disinflation is going to be the issue. But they're saying they're forecast to see 0.3% rise. You know, who knows what it actually is? The data's it's all fucked up, right? Everything's all lies. But either way, really matters what they say. I'm guessing they probably want to hit us a little rough again. I'm guessing. Who knows though? It would be really great because with the ADA people getting this bullish news makes me think they're about to get spanked. Like, what kind of a universe are we in when ADA is getting an ETF? Like, what kind of world is that?
When PulseChain ETF.
That makes sense, but come on, Cardano ETF, what a disaster. What a disaster. So, I mean, good for them. You know, what's his name? Charles Hoskinson's probably deep in a threesome right now. I'm sure he's having a great time, enjoying, he's celebrating.
Only he'd be having a great time there, I suspect. But good.
Full moon, you nailed it, brother. That's what it was too. Yeah, there's a lot of things cooking up Wednesday, man. Yeah. So this is timing. This is coming together. This is coming together for me. All right. I'm getting a picture here. That's right, February 12th. Okay, so it's going to be interesting. So maybe they're going to draw in all these Cardano people and then smack it all down on them. They have it coming. Let's see. And to this again, I think I have a Atropa Wall Street video coming out. Not coming out. I mean, I'm going to make it if I get some time because it took, the first one took a lot of time actually. It's definitely the most involved video I made. And one hint I'll give you, and this I actually wrote most of the video already like 6 months ago. INC token is actually part of it. And I don't think most people understand how big a deal INC is to PulseChain. I'm going to leave it at that. But then again, what do I know? I'm just a trader, man. I'm just a trader. I'm not a blockchain guy. Just a lot of speculation. Sure. A lot of speculation. But the farms look juicy. I know you're earning a lot less, but man, these APYs are phenomenal.
Well, the price of ink has increased the APY, so they reduced the amount of ink you received, but the price of ink went up so much that some of the APYs actually went up, right?
Yeah.
So, right. But look at which ones went up the most. So if we look at like DAI from Ethereum to Pulse, then that's 170%, but that's a huge impermanent loss factor, right? So you have to weigh that against the your potential gains, whereas the PulseX to Pulse is only paying 24% because that's one of your lower impermanent loss factors in this list of farms, right? If I were to pick one right now, and this is just my personal preference, not financial advice, I would probably go into Ethereum to Pulse, paying 100%. I think Ethereum is down. I think Pulse is down. They can both go up a lot, and there'd be maybe for a period of time of 90 days, that could be a good play.
That is pretty juicy.
I'd stay away from the stablecoin ones unless I was trying to exit, because if Pulse doubles in price and you're paired half with stables, like you lose half that double, right?
Yeah. Damn, he really crushed that inflation. So those you guys, I've been farming since 2023 or whenever that summer was, that, within a month. Yeah. So I'm lucky I got in there. It was really good. And yeah, I did do the DAI Ethereum Pulse farm for a little bit. And but when they were kind of flatline, when Pulse was flatline for a while, I did that for a while. It was juicy, but it is risky. You guys you have to monitor that farm, because when that price reverses, you're gonna lose a lot of your holdings there.
But you have to have a mindset of that you're gonna do this for a period of time. Like you don't move in and out of farms over the course of a week. Like they'll go up and down, things will change. Like I really encourage people to look at a 90-day minimum commitment on any sort of liquidity providing, because that's where you could have the impermanent loss go up and then come back down, and you can have a nice place to exit where you don't have too much impermanent loss. But it's not a trading thing. You don't trade farming positions. It's a planning thing, right? So even though you are liquid, you can withdraw at any time. plan to be there for a little while and you like the results better. The people who go in because of FOMO and then pull out too quickly because the APR went down by 10%, I'm out of here. Like those are the people who are paying the most in permanent loss all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to be jumping in and out. That'd be crazy.
One interesting note about these farms and how they work is, like, we've already seen twice now that RH has the capability to reduce the ink inflation. He has another set of buttons too. And those buttons allow him to increase or decrease the boost to each of those farms. So he could go through and he could be like, I don't want PulseX to pay as much. And he could reduce how much that one is paying without touching the ink price. So, and increase something else. He could decide that he wants the ink to pulse. He wants there to be less liquidity for ink. He could increase the amount of the total ink inflation that goes to the ink to pulse farm, for example. And influence the numbers that way as well. So he still has levers that, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't pulled yet with PulseX and how the protocol works.
Interesting. Brenton also says, I literally said at StarStream, RH removes inflation in farms and pumps pDAI, etc. Yeah, that's another strategy too. Yeah, absolutely. We could see that coming up too. I don't think he's going to do it into a possible full moon, though. With CPI data coming out, that would be a very odd move, I suppose. But let's see what he does. Actually, I take that back. Too much alpha. Once again, guys, smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. You guys are getting... Somebody said there's feedback. You guys getting feedback? I don't hear any feedback.
I'm not.
Ink is coming back for another shot at $4. Let's see what happens. And guys, this is crypto. I know we've been down so long, you guys forget it, but trust me, pumps and dumps of 20% are, it's just on a daily basis. Sometimes it's really not a big deal. Prices can move 10%, 15%, right? Crypto, it's just... somebody said someone has a little feedback. Oh, okay, no. Rami says, I've never seen someone delete tweets so fast when James got rugged. Who deleted tweets? Who deleted tweets? What about pLP? 7 days, something is coming on Wednesday. He said 7 days, something is coming on Wednesday. Well, yeah. What if we don't dump this full moon? What if the whole market, the market makers do a full reversal on everybody and we actually do some crazy pumpage and we just rip and everyone gets screwed because everyone's thinking, well, it's a full moon, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting.
Sounds like science to me.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of stuff to cover, but there's actually so much going on. I don't even have time to get to any of the other stuff we got to. We'll watch this chart again, see what's going on here with the ink. Yeah, look at that. It's
386.
But look where it got support. Look where it got support. Like literally to the pip on that. Yeah, right at purple line I had drawn.
I just tweeted a clip of it being 3.69 and said 420 is in the cards.
Yep.
See if it
That's gonna
plays out.
Yeah. I mean, literally, it just bam. That was it. That was beautiful. 369. Next one's 420. I'm like 100%. Smash that like button, pups. Subscribe to the channel. Come to the Telegram. It's a lot of fun.
Everybody go find Funding Jim's tweet and retweet it.
Yes. Telegram.
It's manifest.
Fast Abdul has no pants on in there. We have topless ladies. It's amazing. Free hot dogs. pDAI's, everything's pumping. Great. Let's go look at it. We like that. We like pumps.
Yeah.
This could be the ultimate move, right? To actually blast us off into February once sentiment was created where everyone felt, you know what, we're just going to go sideways in February. You never know, man. That's
if
how
everybody else goes sideways except for PulseChain, that would look pretty good.
Oh, that could be interesting as well too.
All marketing, yeah.
Let me see. Hang on, I'm going to come right back. Let me just see something really quick.
If I'm looking at CMC, Bitcoin is boring at 97,000, pretty much the same place it's been for months now. Once it crossed the, every few hours they were posting, it hit 100,000, and then they're quiet for 6 hours as it drops, and then hits a 600 grand again.
Last week when we were with Somi, I asked if, sorry, Gary, didn't mean to cut you off. Please finish.
Okay. I was just saying that Ethereum is 267 or 2677. Yeah. It's good to be green if the rest is not. Like, I miss Richard making his the floor is lava posts.
Last week with Somi, we talked about, like, what if this bull market skips Ethereum a bit and things flow from Bitcoin into other chains, but not necessarily Ethereum. I could still see that happening as a potential. Like, maybe we don't need a 10 grand Ethereum this cycle if things can move from Bitcoin into PulseChain, Bitcoin into Solana, et cetera, et cetera. It would be the first time, but not impossible. You're rocking out there, Wolf?
Told you. No, it's like crypto. Another person, remember, I was very bullish not too long ago on incentive token.
There we go.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You told us.
It's a matter of time. You've been told. Everything's green, man. The floor is not lava. The floor is the floor is
That's true.
The whole floor is green, man. All crypto is going.
Kind of looks like alt season, doesn't it?
It does. Kind of looks like alt season.
I think I've heard of that before.
Let's see. We want to see. Where's that pulse bubbles? Is it called pulse bubbles?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm looking at it. GoPulse.com/bubbles. That's what I'm looking at. Pulse bubbles. Yeah. But I look at GoPulse.com/bubbles.
Oh.
Beautiful. Nice. What this is this one? There's actually another one too, though. That's really cool. Where did I have it?
Is it Pulse Coinlist that has something like that?
Yeah, I have it saved. Hang on 1 second.
Maybe they got a bubbles.
Where'd it go? I thought I had saved here.
I don't know where it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Right. Pulse Coinlist has a lot of data. I like looking through it.
They do. Whoa.
What is this? It's like we
Is that the world? Is that the globe?
I think so.
Big bubble. Is that Kilroy up there? Is that is there a token called Kilroy?
Yeah.
Who's old enough to remember that? Kilroy was
Vonnegut?
here. And it's like Korea, 1950s.
I don't know that. I just know was it Kilroy Trout or from Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse 5? And there a character in there killed.
Well, the original Kilroy was here. I think I remember the trivia. I think it was Korean War. People, soldiers were putting that looking over a fence cartoon and writing Kilroy was here. That's kind of the origin, I think. I have to look it up.
Don't know.
Oh, right. Okay, the cartoon itself, right? Like that, the guy with the nose, right?
Yeah,
that's the world.
Kilroy was here. Was in it's World War II. So it's World War II and originally in it's got all the same picture. It's the cartoon. It's from World War II, guys.
That is some random info, Gary. Thank you.
Well, I've sat at the obscure reference desk most of my nerd life. So.
Indeed, it's good to have those for dinner parties and stuff. You know.
So what? You don't get laid? Do you make sure that you don't get laid? Or like I have so much trivia that I'm definitely going home alone.
Yeah, winning at pub night didn't usually result in me scoring. That is true.
They used to do that. I don't know if they still do, but maybe before the internet was so popular, was trivia night at like bars or whatever, right? And people go specifically to nerd out and get drunk.
Oh, totally. I'd always bring ringers with me. Like half my family are professors and stuff, so drag in a couple old guys to get the obscure, weird questions. It was great. We always drank for free.
This private jet was flown by Motley Crue lead singer Vince Neil. I don't know if he was the pilot, but yeah, I think everybody came out just fine. It was very odd.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were doing, speeding on the runway.
He was flying it?
I don't know if he was flying it. Maybe he was.
I don't think I would get in a jet flown by.
Holy crap! You smacked into another plane?
Just smacked into another plane on the runway. Yeah. What's going on these days, man?
Dude, that's a way to blow through $80 million. That's definitely fuselage problem there.
Vince Neil, Motley Crue, still acting like it's 1986. God, FBI is a joke, man. There they are in the kids' room with a full Glock.
You can't see if that kid's got a gun in his hand or not. He's in the crib. He's got something on the blanket.
Kids are violent these days. They have to it's ridiculous. This is just so beyond ridiculous.
He didn't have a concealed carry permit. That was the problem.
Beyond ridiculous. There we go.
404. You were posting 404.
404. Where did it hit 404? What chart?
It was 411 earlier.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. We were getting. That's true. We did break that. Yeah. All right. Good.
I see 385 right now.
It's gonna be interesting.
If he cuts it again tomorrow, what happens?
Oh my God. He just literally got his thing out and he's just like, let's just keep.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's watching us right now.
If he teases something from the test nets of DAO, or it just teases like test net stuff from before, it would go crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if Ink was ended up having utility that you could use it to vote for what the next PulseX farms were, that's the obvious one. That would be huge. We would see that's your 10x, 100x moment.
Right. Well, even just the suggestion box from the testnet, there was a suggestion box. Like this would be core changes to the protocol, but this would be like suggestion, like give us commas and things like that. That was all the testnet stuff.
But that same thing could be applied to let's vote on which thing becomes a farm, right? Or other things that are to do with money, right? Like where you're voting on something that equates to something that will be of monetary interest to people, and then that's where the bribes will come in.
It's not really a financial instrument if bribes aren't part of the equation.
Indeed. My bribe protocol that's almost done. We left a spot for PulseX should they become a DAO. So we would integrate that quickly, I assure you.
My laptop might power down. I might join back again. Are you guys going to go for longer, or what's your? I'm 1% on my laptop.
I'm kind of just vibing it right now, but we are.
May come back. Plug in.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Remember when old Gary threw a tantrum and sold all his PulseX? What? When? So let's look at this here. What's he talking about? So it's 2021. What is this? Tech dev? What the fuck is this?
Rainbows.
Oh yeah, it's good. Well, I mean, this is what we're all expecting. The blast off into that next level. I think we're all expecting it. Oh, is this the guy that launched another meme coin, Tech Dev? No, it's a different Tech Dev. Let's see what's
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. He's not on my list.
Yeah, we're waiting for this thrust up. And I think all the debate, I think we're all, I said this before, I'm still bullish. It's just, is it happening this month, or do we have some sideways and it's going to happen in March or April? Really, that's all it comes down to. But this is going to happen. This is going to happen. It could happen. It could be starting right now. It could start in 3 months from now. But I think we're all expecting this final push up, and these charts are cool. So you can see, the yield spread. Okay. 10-year Dixie. And you can see how these things pan out. It's really amazing. If you come back to, I just look even back here, 2018. Is that 2018? You can see where it gets in the, can you guys, yeah, where it starts in the green, where they make that cross. And we go into this place where their massive markup happens in your assets. Okay, massive markup happens. Okay, and then you've got a markdown in your assets when we're under the pink. And once again, this was 2020. Gotta make this smaller for you guys. Yeah, 2020. I remember this. This was like December 2020, right? BTC was like 16-ish. And it ripped up to 60-something thousand. And look where we are now. The white has crossed over the pink once again. And so we're preparing for that markup phase again. How high could it go? Could go to 180K. Could go to 400K. There's a lot of estimates out there. I think definitely we can get up to 180K. I've had that on my charts for a long time. It's certainly a possibility. Could we go higher? We could. But even if we went to 180K on Bitcoin, I mean, for us here on PulseChain, I mean, who knows what kind of numbers we can do in that time. It'd be amazing. I don't think this time is different. I'm not one of those. I think it's going to play out. Somehow, just what little tweaks are going to be. Maybe it's a little stretched out, this and that, whatever. But we're going to get there.
It's almost never different, right?
It's almost never different, yeah. Greed is greed. Everybody wants to see stuff pump, man. Even the Trumps want to see it pump. The people that work at the Fed they own assets. Everybody has assets, man. Everybody has an invested interest to see asset prices go up, man. Everybody.
When Trump started launching meme coins, how many politicians do you think shifted their interest into crypto? I bet you a bunch.
A bunch, yeah. Look, they say, we're going to stop the politicians from owning stocks. Do you really want to? It's kind of good if they do. You want them invested in these assets, right? You want them in crypto. Yeah, you want them to be invested in wanting the markets to pump, because you don't want to be in a situation where asset prices kind of flatline. That sucks. You want this volatility. It's these waves that we want to catch. And right now they still have assets. They still can buy crypto and trade it. So you better believe they're very much want to see big pumps come. I mean, which senator doesn't own Bitcoin at this point, right? Everyone has a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those guys are going to want to get paid in Bitcoin at this point, right? It's, when you have a government that might open up a fund to buy Bitcoin, it's the writing's on the wall. And they get to put the writing on the wall. So if you were a politician, you have a unique opportunity to pump your own bags.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting cycle, but it's a cycle nonetheless. Even if it's not a traditional 4-year, if it changes, it still doesn't change the fact that marking up the price is due now. We're at that point. Oh, you're in the green room. Oh, gotcha, buddy. Let's bring you back. Where you at? All right. What's happening? We were looking at these. Welcome back. Gary. We're looking at these assets cycles, liquidity cycles. Check 9 iron post on pDAI. They found something. Oh boy. Oh, what'd they find?
Somebody already made content about the pump on ink. I haven't seen it yet though.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. He just posted something 30 minutes ago.
Breaking news. Incent.
Yeah.
I'm done saying loud to potential. It's inevitable.
You don't have it on the screen, Wolf?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. It's probably getting to be about that time. Probably pushing. All right. Loosey-goosey here. I was reading these 9 iron posts.
Encapsulated stakes.
Huh?
Encapsulated stakes he talks about. That's kind of like how we were talking about ICOSA before.
Yeah, this one here, right?
Yeah.
Encapsulated stakes are an area I haven't focused on. As it turns out, RH has spoken a lot about their benefits as bond-like instruments that cannot impact HEX prices. So why not use the collateral as a tradable derivative within the PMaker vaults to peg pDAI? Huh.
Yeah, I don't think like you couldn't put an encapsulated stake as collateral inside the PMaker vault.
No.
You could put a tokenized stake like the Maximus DAO protocol, for example. Maxi tokens could in theory be used as collateral. But the truth is that those stakes that have been made already cannot be moved, right? So there's no. There was a point where they could have been put inside an NFT and been encapsulated, but now they no longer can. They're just tied to that wallet. That's it. The job is done. But there could be opportunity to use something like Maximus DAO, like a tokenized stake token as collateral. That does make sense.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Gary, thanks for the shout out, man. Really appreciate it. Uh-oh. Let's go back. Let's see that incentive price. Let me see it again. What's it doing? There you go. It's hanging out $4. Wow. What a move. Looking good, man. Looking good. They're really juicy. Juicy. Guys, smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. You guys are absolutely amazing. Follow the White Rabbit.
There's been some bigger price stuff. $100,000 market buy. That was a big push. Just now is like 20, 30, 40 grand. So this, it's exciting for the people that are either FOMOing in or they have big bags to throw in this stuff.
Yeah, it could be a combination. I mean, it could. You never know which one of those could be a market maker too, right? But but definitely people are going to FOMO in because there's probably people waiting. Probably where people were uncertain. A lot of people thought, oh, it's a down only token. You know how farming tokens are in a lot of chains, right? They just go down forever, right? And now they're seeing that they can move like that quick, and they probably heard other takes and they were on the fence, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, let's go, let's do it, let's do it. And
well, it's a 10x from all-time low, right? In the all-time low, like 40 cents or something.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, I don't know where he's going to park it or where it's going to stop. 420 is the next target, but who knows? I mean, could certainly keep pushing up more, but it would make sense to bring it back down at some point. Before we ride it back up. There's definitely like untapped areas, and if you're definitely putting pressure on the chain and you're on offensive right now, you definitely want to hit every range. You want to maximize like where all the sell and buy pressure is. I think but If we're talking,
yeah, it's back at $4. Yeah, it's a lot of volatility, but it's gone, down to 370. Now it's at 4 again. So yeah, it's just in the past hour. It's a lot of volume.
Atropa, pDAI, and incentive token. Highly recommend them. Highly recommend them. Gentlemen, it's been an amazing stream. I do want to stay up all night and watch these pumps. I would love to. Maybe I'll start up early tomorrow or something like that. I'm sure you guys will be sleeping, but
yep. Turn on your AI. You the mortal can sleep, but turn on your AI bot. I don't know if you've seen any of his streams, but Hexologist has this RH. Every time he gets a super chat, Richard Hart bot, like an AI bot, responds to the super chat. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
I don't know what techie, but it's pretty funny.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Maybe I could just let the stream run. Like, I'll go to bed, you guys stay, just let this thing run. Just leave the ink chart on.
Just again, I think that you have enough content to large language model an AI to be a version of you. Just put it on the pilot for a while.
Plug it in.
That actually sounds like a great idea. Because there are some times I just want to we did for Trump, we went 9 hours that day, right? So some good days. This is all right, man. This is still quiet. This is bullish.
I gotta crash out too. I gotta ditch soon.
But ink is bullish right now, pups. This is still bullish. Okay, let me look right now really quick. This is on the 5 minute. Okay, but it's still got juice in the tank, and yeah, I'll update you guys tomorrow. Chat, you guys are absolutely amazing. Gary Woods, you're awesome. Fast Abdul, always a pleasure. Both of you gentlemen always looking sharp too. Love it. Chat, we're here for you guys. We're always here for you anytime. This is a private place. It's gonna be good, man. Good times are coming. Good times are coming. It's just a little appetizer. It's awesome. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. I think I'm well again, so all my energy's back.
Yeah, good. Are we off stream now? Or are we still live?
Yeah, 420, man. See you.
Take care, man.
All right. Night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, all right, all right. Yup. See you tomorrow, everybody.